Yes, it is that time. Once again, Sunday arrives, along with the Captain's Cast. Alien Romulus, we're going to talk about it. Mr. Producer, get us started, if you would please. Ahoy! Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett of the channel Swords and Starships, where we talk about all things sword and starship. That would be nerdy things, fantasy, historical, science fiction, and a assemblage of other entertainment media that interest me, your host, live on YouTube, X, and Rumble. We got to talk about Alien Romulus, because I have to say that this is kind of a tale of two movies. It's kind of a tale of two movies. There's one half of me that had just the time of my life with this movie. And then there's another side of me that is just shattered on the rocks of disappointment. So we'll talk about that. It's doing well. It's doing well. In fact, Joseph Ritchie is in the chat and points out just as much. 41.5 million domestic. I assume you're speaking of Romulus. And 66.7 foreign for a total of 108 million for our opening weekend. Well, that is auspicious for Alien Romulus. Does it deserve it? Well, I think so. We'll get into that. And we also have proof that Disney is Vought. I said it last week. Disney is the real-life Vought company, and if they had a patent on what was it, Compound V? I said Compound B last night. There's B and V. Compound V that makes superheroes. If Disney had that, they'd probably be worse than Vought, let's just face it. And I have the proof. It's so funny. I said that before I even... before this story happened that I'm going to share with you. It's making the rounds. Also, I have to make a correction. I said last week, because I was going through the IMDb on Borderlands, which is like the dumbest movie. Is that the dumbest movie of the year? I mean, Madam Web. Madam Web is at least a fun dumb movie. Borderlands is the most lazy, boring, and dumb movie of the year. And it looked like Joe Abercrombie, the fantasy author, aka Lord Grimdark, is credited as a writer on the film. I think that's not true, though. I think that's not true. So I'm going to correct my assertion I don't know if I'd call it an assertion. My suggestion that it might be Joe Abercrombie that's a co-writer. Which, if it is not true, I am deeply relieved. I am deeply, deeply relieved, because I am a great fan of the fantasy author. And Deadpool and Wolverine is thanking the fans. What a concept. What a concept. So we got to talk about that, too. And it's absolutely crushing it. It's the highest grossing rated R film of all time. And you know what's kind of funny? On the real BBC, Hat Tip Heel versus Babyface / Nerdrotic, as Gary and Mauler the Surgeon, Dark Cthulhu, interdimensional god, and the film and story surgeon, Mauler. They got into it over whether Deadpool and Wolverine is good, great, or total trash, and I loved it. I loved it. So I thought we would go into a little bit of that. And did you know that Section 31 is coming out? That would be Star Trek Section 31. It's like Alex Kurtzman, after shitting on the legacy of Star Trek The Next Generation, Star Trek The Original Series, all of the Star Trek films, and everything else Star Trek related. Even kind of ruining Christopher Pike's kind of excellent character in the J.J. Abrams films. I will say that Bruce Greenwood's Captain Pike was probably the best part of the J.J. Abrams Star Trek films. Kurtzman's even managed to take a dump on that, but he had one last big dump to give, and that is Section 31. My God, one of the most awful things I have ever seen with the name Star Trek on it, which is truly, at this point, it's spite. And they're just getting destroyed in the comments. They're getting ratioed in these trailers. So I thought we'd explore that a little bit. And if you're good, chat, if you're good, we might just do a Grizzy video. So let's jump right into Romulus. I'm chomping at the bit to talk about Alien Romulus. And Joseph in the chat, yes, noting that it's doing well. 108 million. Thank you for that, Joseph. I would agree. That's not bad. We'll look into those numbers too. Anthony Timmons is in the chat and says, "Ahoy, Starshippers." And I'm looking at the Rumble chat today too, because I missed Fu Man Blue. He was in the Rumble chat last week and I missed it. I did see it and I was gonna say something and then I interrupted myself with yet another brilliant point, and it just distracted me. Joseph says, "Batten down the hatches." Oh, yes, indeed. Has anyone seen Romulus? Has anyone seen it? Let me know in the chat. And if so, what did you think? Stormcrow is in the chat. Says, Joe Abercrombie being a writer in Borderlands, what blasphemous brain parasites allowed that concept to exist in this world? Well, that would be me, Stormcrow, your dear captain. You know, it's rarely do I ever make a mistake. But in this case, I may have miscalculated in my suggestion, based on the facts at hand, that it looked like Joe Abercrombie was a writer on this film. But I've kind of been pouring through Reddit threads. Ugh, I have to put on a hazmat suit before I go into Reddit territory, but I really wish there was like Reddit is like the only thing of its kind. It really is. But yes, I was pouring through the Reddit threads, and it looked like, thankfully, mercifully, I don't think it's actually Joe Abercrombie of the first Law trilogy that had a hand in this. I never definitively said he did. Like, last week, I was like, I literally, I looked at the camera, and I was like, not that he'd ever see it. But anyway, Lord Grimdark, if you were a co-writer on this film, and your creative vision to any large extent was executed, you need to rethink your life. Like, writing cinema's not for you. I don't think that's the case. I don't think he had anything to do with Borderlands. Borderlands is fascinating, particularly because it's so dumb, it's so cliche, it's so boring. It's noteworthy in that there is nothing in it that is noteworthy. I mean, that's really the most amazing. I'm telling you, if prove me wrong, go watch the action scene. I mean, you won't thank me if you do, but go watch the action scenes in Borderlands. The car chase is it doesn't actually have. See, every action scene has to have a story, you know, like interesting surprises along the way. There's none of that. The cars are being chased by planes. They see a way out, and they just take the way out, and they're fine. Every single action scene, there's not really any choreography. There's not really interesting tactics. It's just use guns. That's it. They just use guns, and they win. And so it's so boring. That's the thing. That's the crime of it. It's not imaginative or interesting. So it's and it's funny because the video game Borderlands is all about, you know, using guns. It's all about shooting. That's what it is. You could still make that fun and interesting. You could still have characters with varying abilities, you know. The Dungeons & Dragons movie last year basically executed the concept of a Dungeons & Dragons party where you have like a mage, a warrior, a thief, a rogue. You kind of had all those characters, and it worked really well. To my shock, believe me, folks, I thought that movie was going to be a stinker. It's really good. It's pretty fun. Now, is it like high tier fantasy? Not really. But it is, it's not like I thought it was going to sort of betray the concept of a fantasy world, but it doesn't actually. It's sort of like if you were just, it's like, okay, take the Lord of the Rings world of Middle-earth. It's like if you told a story about a couple of like not super famous characters on a not super critical part of Middle-earth, like a side group somewhere in Middle-earth while Sam and Frodo are off saving the world. Somewhere in this world there's like a group of like thieves, and they're trying to steal something, and they accidentally stumble into one of, you know, Sauron's little plans that aren't as important, and they stop it. That's kind of what Dungeons and Dragons is like, and I'm fine with that. I would be okay with that. It knows what it is, and it stays in its lane, as it should. Tom is in the chat and says, "Ahoy, Captain in chat." Ahoy, Tom. Good to see you. I know you're out there. I always know you're out there. Stormcrow says, Section 31 are the... This is so like you, Stormcrow. This is exactly what you would say. Section 31 are the true heroes of the Federation. They're the ones that allow humanity a fighting chance in the galaxy. Okay, it's probably going to derail the whole... Because I'm going to talk about Romulus, but I must depart from that topic briefly to discuss this with you. So if you don't know, this is referring to Star Trek Deep Space Nine, which is, in my view, the crown jewel of the Star Trek canon. It is the most detailed and fully realized story of the Federation and its society that you will ever find in Star Trek. Because really, Kirk, Picard, Janeway, they all represent peripheral stories of the Federation, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a good thing. They're out there on a ship. They're out there in the frontier meeting new aliens, exploring the unknown. That's their job. Deep Space Nine is a story about what it's like to live in the Federation and what the Federation does when it comes under a galactic threat, that being the Dominion. It's marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. It's ironically the reason I didn't watch it at first, because I didn't want to see a story about the civilization. I wanted to be out there on the ship. But then I watched the series. It's amazing. Now, it introduces the concept of the Section 31 group. They create a virus to infect the Dominion's founders, and it's essentially an act of genocide, which becomes the bargaining chip that allows the Federation to win in the end. So you might argue, that's a very Cliff Notes version, but you might argue that though it was an extreme and evil thing to do, it saved the Federation. Now, I would argue, Stormcrow, it isn't. It isn't what saved the Federation. It's what kind of almost destroyed the Federation. So we'll get into that. I love Section 31 as a concept. There's a lot there. Anthony says, I pieced together a string of YouTube clips of Borderlands scenes to play back, and I saw enough to determine that it was a piece of absolute shite. Did you make that video, Anthony? If so, send me a link in the Discord. I'll check it out. I'll play that. I'll react to that. That sounds cool. I mean, well, there could be copyright issues, so I'd have to be careful. I take that back. Let me know if there's something in there. You said no. Okay. Yeah, it's so... It's not even like Madam Web is kind of surprisingly funny shite. Borderlands is one of the laziest things I've ever seen. There's no inventiveness to it at all. So you're exactly right. It's the characters are so the biggest problem with Borderlands is that they confused annoying with funny, and that's really the problem with it. And that's because, you know, there's an old saying, don't try this at home. What does that mean? Well, that means professionals make dangerous or difficult things look easy and effortless, right? But what you don't see is how much talent, work, blood, sweat, and tears goes into making it effortless. So I think idiots of the sort that worked on Borderlands, whether I don't even know who it is at this point, because Eli Roth reportedly departed the project, but his name was still attached. I have no idea. A bunch of blue-haired wackos putting script notes, for all I know, on that stupid movie. They see something like James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy, and they see Star-Lord doing things that annoys Gamora and kind of irritates her. And people are laughing because there's funny little jokes. Now they see that, and they think, oh, because Peter's annoying, he's funny. No, that's not why Peter and Gamora's relationship is funny. It's funny because there is sexual tension, first of all, because he's into her and she's not. And it's also because they're setting up a payoff later when Peter Quill surprises. Part of why he annoys her is that she sees Peter Quill as being selfish. She has regardless of her checkered past, Gamora is someone who adheres to high-minded principles. She sees Star-Lord, Peter Quill, as being basically a self-serving loser who goes around the galaxy grifting and doesn't believe in anything. And so that's why his antics annoy her, because she knows that he's trying to charm her, and she's not buying it because she knows he's full of shit. Until her life is at stake and he risks his own life, literally almost dying in the attempt, and saves her. That demonstrates to her that she was wrong, that he actually does have morals, even if he's a little bit has impulse control problems. He has morals, and that changes her mind about him and starts to win her over. And that's the difference. In other words, character work, storytelling, setup, payoff. That's why Peter Quill being annoying in that instance is funny. And then later makes the whole romance arc charming. The idiots who wrote Borderland don't understand that. They don't understand that at all. They're dumb people. And they eat glue. Joseph says, the last Star Trek movie I saw was Generations, and the last Star Trek TV show was Voyager, and I didn't see all those episodes. If you're a Trek fan, I recommend finishing Voyager, because it's pretty good. And I also recommend watching Star Trek Enterprise. I am a huge fan of Enterprise. It's a charming little prequel. It lives up to kind of Roddenberry's ideas. It definitely weaves in it tells little backstories that explain things in the future of Kirk and Picard, but it doesn't do it in a way that steps on the legacy. Like, for example, they explain why the Klingons did not have forehead ridges in the original show, but then did in the later series, and it's kind of brilliant. It's a great run of episodes in season 4. It's a little clunky in the beginning, but once you hit once it hits its stride in late season 2, and then definitely in season 3 and 4, it's a marvelous series. It will charm you, and it's wonderful. And it was the last true Star Trek that there was. I disagree with Garrett, Nerdrotic, and some of the other Kurtzman Trek haters that they all shit on Enterprise. A lot of them shit on Enterprise. They're wrong. Flat out, they're wrong. It's a great series, and I can defend exactly why it's so great. And I admit, yes, in the early episodes, there are some slow episodes, they're clunky. Quite frankly, every Star Trek series has that problem, especially in the early seasons. There's a clunker in there. Anthony says, I just played them out of morbid curiosity. I don't blame you. Sometimes you need... Oh, my God. Claptrap is the worst part of Borderlands. I literally, if I weren't watching it to review it, I would have turned it off. The minute that character came on screen, I was out. I was like, I hate this. I hate everything about this. But it'll give me fodder for the Capns Cast, so I kept watching it. Joseph says, why didn't they do spin-off shows regarding the Maquis, Dominion, Cardassian? Don't give Kurtzman ideas! Jeez, Joseph, what are you trying to do? You're trying to get another one of these dumpster fires started? Don't tell anyone about that! No, I'm just kidding. That's like, why don't they do a spin-off of the Maquis, Dominion, Cardassians, Klingons, Vulcans? Section 31 was the CIA, FBI of Star Trek from a TV episode. I doubt this will be done. I stopped watching. I hope it's not. I think, but if I were to reframe what you were saying in the hands of talented writers such as Terry Matalas, why not do a spin-off show like that? I agree. I think the worst... I did not like that Enterprise was a prequel when it was announced. I didn't like that. However, it charmed me in spite of itself. It turns out to be a pretty... there's a lot of originality in Enterprise as a prequel. It adds a lot to the lore that I think was a value add. And I think a lot of prequels don't. Star Trek Discovery is cancer. It is cancer. It introduced... Strange New Worlds is cancer. It does not add anything to the lore that I ever needed. Enterprise is notable because it sits 100 years before Kirk. Take notes, lesbian headlamp. This is how you do 100 years ago. And it kind of bridges the story between Star Trek First Contact and the first warp flight to how did the Federation get founded. It kind of sits right there in that central, like, what was Earth like before it was part of the Federation and it was meeting aliens. That's pretty cool. I think that's a really great place for the story to sit. So I was okay with that. But Joseph says, the ratings after Voyager seem to be very low. Is there a reason for that? Bad writing? Bad acting? I think it was a strange era of TV because streaming was just starting to happen. Like, Netflix was just starting to do... This is when Enterprise was airing. Enterprise was airing on kind of one of these low-tier cable networks called UPN at the time. And it was kind of where... It was like a sci-fi channel, but that was less prestigious. And it was a niche TV show. That's basically what it was. It was very niche by that point. And the first couple seasons were kind of clunky with Enterprise. I think a lot of Star Trek fans at the time hated that the opening credits had a actual lyrical song. Like, there were actual song lyrics to the opening. They hated that. I was okay with it, but a lot of Star Trek fan purists at the time were like, no, that's not how you open a Star Trek show. I think the fact that it was a prequel was annoying. Archer has a lot less technology at his disposal than Kirk and Picard. Like, they barely even use transporters in it, which is kind of charming, but also it's not as exciting as some of the later Star Trek. So I think that was part of it. But what happened was, right around Season 3, they stepped up their game. They had a much better story in Season 3. It was super epic. Some of the special effects got a lot better. And they actually started writing some really great episodes. And then Season 4, same deal. They started doing these multi-episode story arcs that were really just bangers. And the ratings started to go up. Unfortunately, UPN was kind of a dead network, and they sold it, and... even though the ratings were climbing for Enterprise, it was too little too late, and they canceled it, which is a shame, because what they had in store would have been awesome, and I would have loved it. So that's Enterprise. Now, let's pivot to Alien Romulus for a moment. So let me just give you my initial thoughts on this film. Last week, I went over some of the early comments, right? Frankly, there was a lot of shills, I think, in retrospect. There were a lot of shills in that comment section. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe not. It's hard. There were definitely a few. Anyway, I'm going through all these comments like, oh my god, first reactions to Alien Romulus. It's the best Alien movie ever. The third act was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. And I'm going to tell you something. It pulled me in, and I was starting to get really excited. I was like, God, if this is true, I'm going to have such a blast. I was excited. I was walking on air to get to this movie. I was very excited for it. And I would say the first act of the film is I was all in. I was like, I don't understand why because I heard Chris Gore said that he thought it kind of sucked and it was derivative and whatever. And watching the first act of it, I'm thinking, I don't see why he's so down on this. Like, this is a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying this. This is great. This is really interesting. Then about the middle part of the film, some problems start to creep in, and I'm like, that's annoying. However, the captain will allow it because I'm having a blast so far with this movie. And then in the third act of the film, I was rolling my eyes. I was, at one point, I shouted, oh, come on! I didn't shout it. I was more like, oh, come on! Come on! How can you, this film is starting to piss me off now. And then the final act of the film is why I say it was a bunch of shills in those comments, because they're like, it was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It was one of the most derivative, dumb closing acts of a film I've ever seen. And by the end of the film, I was very frustrated. I don't say... Look, this was a film, Alien Romulus, that had greatness within its grasp. I'm telling you, folks. The first act of this film, there are... Okay, one of my complaints about... Not complaints. Let me rephrase that. One of my wishes unfulfilled about the early Alien films is I wanted to know more about this future, because let's face it, the idea of Weyland-Yutani, these kind of starship truckers, if you will, the Marines, the colonial Marines that are introduced in Aliens, there's a lot of interesting stuff that's implied, but that you never see, such as what is life like in this future? What is it like working for Weyland-Yutani? What are these colonies like? You know, you don't see much of them because the subject of the story is Ripley and the alien infestation out on the frontier. But like, there's a lot of really fun concepts in Alien that make space feel vast, dark, unknown. I like that. I love that. I think this is a really fascinating science fiction world, and it sort of frustrates me that it's like a science fiction future that is typecast as a horror story. Why is it typecast as a horror story? Why not tell... I mean, really, you could argue Aliens is an action movie, not really a horror movie, but I think it's both. It's an action-horror movie. It's kind of both. As Predator is to horror and action, so is Aliens, I would say. So what excited me about Alien Romulus is that it begins on a Weyland-Yutani mining colony. And it starts with our protagonist, who is Rain. And I looked that up on IMDb because I could not remember her damn name. I'm literally sitting in the theater. I'm like, what's this babe's name again? I forget. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. Why is it that in modern movies I did remember the name of the android in the film. There is an artificial person, as he prefers to be called, named Andy. He is absolutely the best character in this film, and he's a great character. I like that. There are some little things that bug me about him in the beginning, but overall, a really interesting character, and that is part of the problem in this film, which we'll get to in a minute. But what I would say is, beginning of the film starts with Rain. She is a miner, and she's living on this colony. And she dreams of getting the hell out of there because it's kind of dark and dirty. The sun never rises on this side of the planet, so I guess it's like it's a tidally locked planet, so it doesn't one side never faces the sun. So they live in this dark, grungy, dingy colony, and I'm telling you right now, I loved that. I was like, I love this! I'm getting to see an alien in the future. I'm getting to see what one of these colonies is like, and it's all really well done. It's very gritty. It's very kind of Blade Runner, and there's a scene where she's in the set design in this film is excellent. I mean, excellent. The space effects are excellent. The starships are excellent. Fede Alvarez, talented director, which is why I say this film had greatness in it. Already this universe feels bigger. It feels like there is more mystery in it now. There's more interesting, tantalizing ideas. She goes into this sort of DMV. It's the Office of Colonial Affairs. She's asking to leave the planet. She wants out of the planet. She served her quota, her hours worked, and it's now time for her to get passage to another planet. They tell her, this is the beginning of the film, they tell Rain, sorry, the company has raised your quota. You don't have enough hours work to get off the planet now. You're going to have to stay for another 2 or 3 years. Which is like terrible news. Now, this implies several things several questions I want answers to, such as, okay, does Weyland-Yutani govern this future? Like, are they the government? Are they colluding with the government? Is this a fascist society? Is this what's going on here, right? Like, I'm very curious, and in a good way. I'm curious about all these things. I would like to know how this society works. Like, how can this company get away with this? Are they getting away with any? Is what they're doing legal, or is it that they're just so far out there that nobody knows and they can get away with it? Which is a lot of fun. I think it's all a lot of fun. So she's got a problem. How is she going to get off this planet? Well, her group of friends, a bunch of mining friends of hers, basically, I guess it's her boyfriend, although I never picked that up in the film, but her boyfriend lives on this little spaceship that is kind of permanently landed on the planet, and they have detected an object which has fallen into the orbit of this planet, and it's a Weyland-Yutani derelict ship which has just stumbled into the orbit, and nobody has detected it yet. How is that possible? I don't know, and that's one of the problems with the plot, but whatever. They decide that they're going to plunder this ship for the resource that they need to get off this planet. What is that resource? Well, they've got a ship, they've got plenty of fuel, and they know where they want to go, which is this nice, wonderful colony that is several light years away. The problem is the trip takes 9 years. In order to survive that trip, you must be in cryogenic stasis. So but they don't have enough cryo fuel, which is apparently very expensive, rare, and difficult to get. But there should be plenty of cryo fuel on this space station. So they go up to the space station to get it. Now, that's the setup for the film. Obviously, we know what's going to be lurking on that space station. I say space station, I said starship. That's because they think it's a starship, they get up into orbit, and they suddenly discover it's a freaking space station. Now, how did a space station, which is not by its very nature is stationary, how did it get all the way across whatever distance it traveled and then just fall into this orbit? What was its method of propulsion? How did it travel faster than light? How did it get here? Why hasn't the company detected it? Why hasn't the colony detected it? Why hasn't law enforcement detected it? Why hasn't any of the other miners detected it? None of that is explained, and I was allowing the film a little latitude at the beginning because I was like, okay, I take it you're going to answer this question at some point. They didn't. They didn't. They just, for whatever reason, these plucky civilian miners are the only people that detect it. Yes, that is a giant problem with the plot. That is a giant problem with the plot, and it annoyed the hell out of me all the way to the end. However, a couple lines of dialogue could have fixed that. Like, a couple simple lines of dialogue, like we stole this scanner and nobody else has it, and maybe an explanation of, like, where the space station came from. I don't know, whatever. But basically, they have to get in, and it's kind of a heist, really. They have to steal this cryo fluid and then get away. Now, I think that mechanic of this world is fantastic, because I always wondered, like, why does Ripley have to be in cryostasis? Folks, that is an excellent answer to that question. That is a brilliant answer to that question, and it absolutely pleases the science fiction lover in me, which is that, yeah, it's easy. It's not difficult to travel faster than light in this world, but it's still pretty slow in terms of the distances involved, so it takes months to years to get places. However, getting there is not the problem. The problem is, how are you going to stay alive on that ship for 9 years? That would, all the resources, you're going to be aging. That's a long trip. You would need all the food and supplies. So the way to get around that is cryogenic stasis. However, obviously, cryogenic stasis is a feat of science that is very difficult, and it requires fuel, cryo fuel. That's cool! That is super cool, folks! So there's a lot going. You know, we've already seen how the colony works. We've seen characters living in this future. It's a bit grim, but there are some silver linings in this future that are kind of cool, like the implication of, like, a better life on this other colony. I love that a lot. So right off the bat, there's a lot going for it. If the film had continued to rely on its own original telling of these characters stumbling into an alien nest unwittingly and having to survive, and if it had relied only on its own unique ideas about that adventure, this could have been a truly, truly remarkable film. Because the atmosphere, the sound effects, the sound design, the basic ideas of the story are all really excellent. A lot of fun. I would say the most fun I was having in the first half of this film, the most fun I've had since Aliens. Seriously. Now, Alien and Aliens, still the best Aliens films, but I was seriously having the time of my life, because they're in the space station, we're exploring the concepts of space travel and interstellar, the vastness of it. We've got this kind of likable character in Rain that I'm mostly invested in. She's not terribly interesting, we'll get into that, but she's likable enough that I'm invested. I want to see her succeed. And there's a lot there. Then, the film descended into absolute member berries nostalgia bait bullshit, and it got bad, folks. It got really bad. They literally just started memeing on every single thing that you've seen in a previous Alien film. They emulated, they directly ripped off scenes and lines and even creatures. And I don't mean the typical Alien and we'll get there. They ripped off shit from Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, which is dog shit, the worst of all Alien films, in my opinion, and Alien Resurrection. They freaking ripped off all of them, and it wasn't like, a vague reference, which would have been fine. It wasn't like a homage, like here or there. It was they lifted lines, they lifted characters, and they just recreated them. And what that does is it turns the film into a cover band. Right? It's like your favorite song, your favorite Beatles song done by a really good cover band, and it's just, let's just do all the greatest hits. Let's do a medley of all the greatest Alien hits. And that's what this was. And it was a really good cover. It was a really good cover. A lot of fun to watch this cover. And it was extraordinarily disappointing that a film that started with such original ideas could have been so much better. So much better. Now let's get into the characters. So I'm not doing spoilers right now. I'm leaving it at the setup because I recommend this film. I give this film a 7 out of 10. That's where I'm sitting with it. I mostly enjoyed it. It's a fun amusement ride. It's a fun cover band of all your favorite hits from Alien. It actually feels like an Alien film. It has the look, feel, and sound. There are a few action set pieces in this that are pretty spectacular. There's a few that on paper should have been a lot more fun, and in practice really are not. And I think that's due to a lot of reasons, not the least of which is I wasn't as invested in these characters by the end as I should have been. And that's down to, I would say, there's two characters in this that really should have made the film work. Now, you have Rain, who's the protagonist. Of course, she is the protagonist. We cannot ever have a male protagonist in Alien. I'm not categorically against that. But the problem is they want to replace all the male protagonists in other franchises with female protagonists, which is kind of what frustrates me about it. They're trying to replace Indiana Jones with a girl Indiana Jones. They're trying to replace Thor with female Thor. They're trying to replace Black Panther with female Black Panther. It's like, so it only ever goes one way. And if it was simply a matter of, this is a tradition of the franchise and we're honoring that tradition, fine. I'd have no problem with it. What I think it is, though, is this is an opportunity to have a girl boss and nobody can argue that we're gender swapping anyone or anything. And it's like, okay, fine. But could you pick an interesting female protagonist? Could you do that? And I got to tell you, this main character, Rain, although likable, and although she has a fairly good arc as a character, she just is not remarkable in any way. She's just, Ellen Ripley. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, Alien Resurrection is kind of trash, as I've said, but it's trashy entertainment that I love. Okay, I love Alien Resurrection, but I will argue this. Alien Resurrection is a far more original film than this one. It had its own unique idea. It had its own unique aesthetic. It was not ripping off lines. It aped a few. It aped a few lines from the previous films, but it mostly was its own identity as a film. It was an ensemble cast of ne'er-do-wells who get caught up trying to get away from aliens on a military space station. And kind of the main character of it was Winona Ryder's character, who was she turns out to be an android. It's kind of a twist in the middle of the film. Let me find, what was her character? It's been a long time since I saw it. What was her character's name in that? Her name is Annalee. And she is, everyone thinks she's a human, but about halfway through the film, it's revealed she's actually an android, and it's super cool. Winona Ryder is interesting. She's sexy. She's got a personality. Her character was super likable and kind of oddball. So she She is a far more interesting and original character, and I would have rather seen that character return. The character of Annalee from Resurrection would have been far more interesting because Winona Ryder has talent and personality and a unique look. Like, she was just cool. She's just a cool character. She's a cool actor. Ditto Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley. She just has an it factor. And the problem that I have with Cailee Spaeny, who is a talented enough actor, she just is not very remarkable in this film. Now, she is a orphan whose parents died on this colony, and she's trying to survive. She has a pal, which is Andy. Andy is a android that suffers from malfunction. So he's basically like a mentally handicapped brother to her, but his handicap is that he's a malfunctioning android who's a little slow. He's extremely lovable and likable right from the beginning because he's kind of like her. He has one directive that was given to him by her father, which is to keep her safe and to protect her. This makes him he should be the protagonist of the film. He really is. He's kind of the protagonist of the film, but the film wants you to think Rain is the protagonist. There are a couple scenes that are a bit cloying. They're a bit over the top where he's getting beat up by local, basically everybody hates androids in this. So they beat him up and they mistreat him, which is not, I mostly am fine with all that. It just got a bit too much at parts. It was like, okay, I understand you're trying to make me feel sorry for this guy, but could you dial it down just a notch? I get it. He's got a double whammy. He's an android, which everyone hates, and he's kind of slow, which makes him a target for bullies. Okay, I get it. Big sob story. I get it. He's interesting enough without you reminding me every 5 minutes that he's being bullied. Like, that's kind of my issue with it. It's like, you didn't have to have him being bullied every 5 minutes for me to understand his plight as a character. I'm in. I like this character. You can stop. But then something really intriguing happens with him later in the film when they add like an update algorithm to him and it changes his personality. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. He becomes immediately a character you're not sure which side he's on. You half root for him, half root. Let's face it, I rooted for him. I was rooting for him the whole movie. But you kind of do at times think, is he going to be the villain by the end? You don't know. And it's really well done. And he's larger than life. He stands out. He immediately captures your imagination and your attention. And that's the problem. He overshadows every other character in this film, including the lead, which is Cailee Spaeney's Rain, which she should be the standout character. And that's sort of the problem with it. So, but on the whole, up until the last 10 minutes, the film is, if not the most original, it's a pretty well-made, pretty exciting amusement ride. In the last 10 minutes, it rips off the ending of Alien Resurrection. Like, folks, it lifts the entire ending of Alien Resurrection with the final monster in Alien Resurrection. It just lifts it. It's a different monster, but it's the exact same scene, almost shot for shot. It really pissed me off. It pissed me off so much that at that point in the film, I'm supposed to be on the edge of my seat, and all I could think about was how irritated I was that this film totally just... Alien Resurrection is not even well regarded. Like, it's not well regarded. Why would you rip off that film? It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Why not be your own thing? Now, I don't know if this is Fede Alvarez's fault exactly. Maybe he got noted to death, but all I can say is, why not trust yourself as a creative, Mr. Alvarez? Why not trust your own vision? Why do you have to have every 5 minutes an exact ripoff of a line from another Alien film when you could... It steals the thunder from these characters because you have Rain, Andy, and several other characters in this film literally quoting the characters of Ripley and other characters in the Alien films, quoting them without any connection whatsoever. And the problem with that is it steals their identity as a character because suddenly I'm listening to I'm listening to Andy quote Ripley from Aliens, and I literally was like, I'm sitting in my chair, I'm like, oh, come on. Come on! I'm gonna slight spoiler here. There's a scene where Andy says, "Get away from her, bitch," to a xenomorph. It made no sense for his character. It was there's no way that this character would have any knowledge of Ripley saying that, so it wasn't even as if the character were like calling there. It wasn't like a callback because it doesn't fit. There's no setup for a callback like that, so it didn't fit at all. It wasn't in his character, and it completely robbed him of his unique identity as a character. And what it did was, collectively, it robbed this entire film of originality. Folks, this is the most derivative film of the year. It is a film with a deep identity crisis. There are elements of this film that are original and have vision. It lives in terror of actually standing out and being an original piece of work. This is a carbon copy. It is a cookie cutter cutout of other Alien films, which is depressing as hell to me, because this could have been a great film. This could have been a truly great film. This could have been a 10 out of 10. One of the major problems with this film is it does make a few errors in the monster department, because it nerfs the monsters. It nerfs the xenomorphs, and it nerfs that's a, if you don't know, that is a gamer term for making less powerful. So making less threatening. It nerfs the facehuggers. The trailers showed the facehuggers looking more terrifying than I've ever seen them. They're and there's just no getting away from them. Oh, jeez, that's terrifying. They're arachnids. It's awful. Then you go and see the movie, and like, there's a scene where the characters are fighting off 50, like 50 facehuggers, and they're batting them away. They're pulling them off of characters right before they can clutch on. They're smacking them, pulling them, zapping them, and I'm thinking, and they're successfully running from dozens of them. What's the problem with that? Well, it's the problem with Kang. It's the problem with Kang in the Ant-Man movie. It makes them not scary. It makes them not terrifying. They're almost easy to get away from. And there are several moments in the film where a facehugger literally is latched onto someone, but the characters are able to pull them off. Now, I think that is a flat-out destruction of the lore, because my impression of the facehugger from Alien and Aliens is that they are far stronger than a human. Their grip is almost impossible to defeat. They're almost like a machine clamping onto you. So like you almost can't. You're a goner. If they get a hold of you, it's over. That's basically my impression. This film undoes that. If they get a hold of you and you're not like a total incompetent boob, you've got a really good shot at like surviving it. It's really unfortunate. And they kind of do a similar thing with the xenomorphs later in the film that is kind of depowers them as well, and that's very frustrating. So this is a film that started out really good, and then it ruined its own potential for greatness by simply ripping off a bunch of lines, characters, and scenes from other Alien films, all the Alien films. It ripped off all of them. And also, it suffers from having a protagonist who is overshadowed by a supporting character, a deuteragonist, if you will, who should have been the protagonist. Andy should have been the protagonist of the film. He was fascinating, interesting, likable. He has about 1,000 Save the Cat moments that are brilliant. She has a lot of good Save the Cat moments as well. There is a nice payoff, though, with her and his character at the end. That's actually a pretty brilliant character payoff as well. So there's a lot to love, which is why I am saying, on the whole, it's a 7 out of 10. It's a great amusement ride. I would probably say this is my 4th favorite Alien film, because my favorite Alien film is Aliens. The second one is my favorite. Alien, the original, is my second favorite. And yes, I take full responsibility for this opinion. Alien Resurrection is my 3rd favorite Alien film. I still enjoy that film. This one sits right behind that. Why? Because it is simply a cover band of those other 3 films. I cannot rate this film higher than films it is stealing from. Okay? That's the problem with it. And it frustrates the hell out of me if you can't tell. I really hate that. I freaking hate modern Hollywood. I freaking hate this corporate bullshit. They cannot make an original film ever. It's unbelievable. Screw Hollywood. Hollywood has got to be bypassed, folks. We have got to bypass them because they cannot make original content anymore. Decorum here. Decorum on the deck. I don't mean to go on a rant about this, but I'm sick of it, folks, because for once, this was not a bad film that was made worse by the message or politics or whatever or derivative content. This was a great film that was dragged down by corporate shit, by being run through the algorithm wood chipper, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off. I'm like, damn it! You had greatness in your grasp. Why? Why do you have to have literally lines that make no sense for this film being lifted from all the other films? Images that have already been done by better directors and better films. Why not be your own thing? Why not trust your vision? You know, Godzilla -1, what was so brilliant in the way that it honored the previous Godzilla films, it sort of, it showed images and scenes that were sort of parallel to the original Godzilla film, but that did not step on that film, that did not lift directly from that film. It, at every stage of Godzilla -1, there is an homage to the original, and there is a distinct and unique identity and visual style and character development that film has, and my freaking earbuds are driving me crazy. Oh, sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get so worked up. But I did have fun. I did have fun. I was like, I did have fun with the film. It is not as good of a film as the it depresses me, quite frankly, that so many people are in the comments about this film saying it's the best of the Alien films. It's the most incredible third act of a film I've ever seen. And it's not that they're wrong. They're not wrong for saying that. They're entitled to that opinion. I just consider it depressing because, yes, it's really awesome because it was awesome the first time. The first time someone did it, it was even better. That's the problem. You know what I mean? Oh, so there you go. Anything else? Well, let's take a look at something real quick. I want to share this. I know, chat. I have been neglecting you. I'm gonna jump on that in just a second. But I wanted to look at this IMDb, right? Yeah, so this is the character. This is Andy, David Johnson, who plays Andy, and he's just excellent in this film. I love his performance. He is such a great character. He really should have been the star, and he kind of was, whether you like it or not. He was kind of the star of this film. And the interesting thing is, too, he expands the lore because it explores the prejudice that androids face, and it's not in like a message kind of way either, which is nice. It's not in a propagandistic way. It very much lives organically in the world of this film. They do gild the lily just a bit in a couple of scenes, but it would not drag the film down if it had just not stolen so damn much in the final acts of the film. But then you have Cailee Spaeny. Now, folks, literally on the right-hand side here, you kind of see this picture of her and another actor. I cannot tell you which of them she is. Like, I almost think it's the same person. She's the one on the right. But, like, now listen, no disrespect to Cailee Spaeny. She is a talented actor, and I'm not saying she's unattractive. She's an attractive actress. But something about her is very unremarkable. She's kind of like Keanu Reeves, quite frankly. Keanu Reeves was great as Neo because Neo was an everyman. And Keanu Reeves is kind of, or at least at that time, he was kind of unremarkable. He didn't have like the Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt it factor. Keanu Reeves was an everyman. That's why he works so well as Neo. I would say the same about Cailee Spaeny. She is an everywoman. She's attractive. She's talented as an actor. There is almost nothing remarkable about her in this film that stands out. I don't understand why they don't look for larger than life personality. This is the mistake that they make when they cast female action stars, because they mistakenly think, that would be those who adhere to the message. They mistakenly believe that the reason male action stars are, to the extent that they are popular is because they're males. Oh, look, it's a patriarchy, and if a male is in a film, he will be loved. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Guys like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Chuck Norris and Jason Statham, those are all guys who have a very larger than life. Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, they have a larger than life persona, right? And whether or not they do off screen, and they usually do off screen as well, but on the screen, they are larger than life. You remember them. When you see them, they stand out. Oh, that's that guy. I know him. That's personality, folks, and you need... And Sigourney Weaver has that, by the way. Linda Hamilton has that. Katie Sackhoff has that it factor. Those are all female action stars that have that it factor. Who are some recent ones I can think of? Anya Taylor-Joy has that it factor, although the Furiosa character doesn't have that it factor, but Anya Taylor-Joy, Charlize Theron, who both played Furiosa, they do. They do have that it factor. Cailee Spaeny, no disrespect, but she doesn't have that. She doesn't have that. I can barely pick... I couldn't pick her face out of a crowd, which, not because she's unattractive, I just couldn't, folks. I just couldn't. Why do they pick these boring... Sorry, but they pick these boring actors to play their female rock star. And it's like, you needed a character that could stand out in this film. You needed a character that had a very unique identity and persona. Winona Ryder has that. She absolutely had that in Alien Resurrection. She was unique and interesting. Her performance draws you in. You want to know more about her. She's got this vulnerability, but also this inner strength. All of that draws you in. And that's a lot due to the character, but also a lot due to Winona Ryder being she's just a great character actor. She's excellent as Joyce Byers. In her performance in Stranger Things Season 1 is off the charts awesome. She is such a memorable... I never had to remind myself, what's Joyce Byers' name? Joyce was, right out the gate, one of the best characters of Stranger Things. Now, they've turned her into a bit of a... They've turned her into kind of a loopy character in the later seasons, which annoys me. But that being said, what I'm getting at is... they're not choosing actresses for some of these roles that are interesting enough to carry, but they demand that already. It's all over the internet. Cailee Spaeny, she's the best thing ever. She's such a girl boss. It's like, oh my god, this is because of the message, not the movie. The movie's not full of the message and all that shit. She's not a Mary Sue character in the film either. She's not a girl boss in the film. But the NPC update has gone out, and she is now going to be the darling girl boss. Fine, whatever. I don't care. It doesn't change the fact that she's not the most interesting character in the film, and the film suffers. The film suffers from that. The final moments of this film, the monster they introduce is a flat-out ripoff of Alien Resurrection. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. It was annoying, and it was all the more frustrating because some of the space effects and the concept of this ship maybe space station crashing into the ring system of a planet. Some of this is space starship porn like you've never seen. Like, if you just want to see space and starships, it's worth the ticket price. It is worth the ticket price. This is, just in terms of a space movie, this is one of the best space movies ever. I will say that. It's one of the best space films I've ever seen. It's one of, just for shots of planets, kind of the mechanics of space travel, the way the starships look, feel, inside and out. That is all brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And Captain Salute to Fede Alvarez for pulling that off, because that's not easy to do. So I will say, as a starship film, it is worth the ticket price alone for that element. And I wish this was a film that was not afraid of greatness. That's all. That's what I would say. So there you have it. That is Alien Romulus. But let me know your thoughts, chat. My dear sailors and starnauts. Where were we? You know what I just realized, Joseph? You were saying the ratings after Voyager seem to be low. Is there a reason for that? Maybe you meant fan ratings, like audience ratings? If so, I don't know. They deserve better. Hang on, I think I'm a little... need to back off that lighting just a skosh. The captain's looking like a... looking like an albino, like I climbed out of some cave, man. What's going on? No, that's... there we go. Joseph said... You can tell I'm not vain. Joseph says, I remember years ago that Star Trek fans would have strong discussions, damn earbud, regarding the Star Trek captains and who was better. After Janeway, it seems no one liked or wanted Scott Bakula from Quantum Leap. Well, I was biased because as a child, I loved Quantum Leap. It was one of my favorite shows, and I loved Scott Bakula, and I think it was... who was the name of the guy? I forget his name, but he played Al? Was it? No. Who was the guy that was always talking to Ziggy? It's been too long. I literally have not seen that movie since I was a kid. But anyway, so I like Scott Bakula. I do remember being excited for him as a casting. In the first season, his performance is very stilted and awkward. I don't think... it's hard for actors to... Actually, Kate Mulgrew suffered from the same problem. They sometimes have difficulty adapting to being in Star Trek because there's a lot of tech talk. There's just a certain personality you have to have as a Starfleet officer. And he kind of struggled with it. And I did not like his performance at first. However, he kind of just starts to own it in the second and third season, and I changed my mind. I actually was won over by Scott Bakula, and he's now one of my favorite Star Trek captains. I think, like, because he was meant to be more rough around the edges than Kirk, Picard, Sisko, or Janeway, because he's from an earlier era. He's like a World War II submarine captain versus a modern nuclear submarine captain. He's meant to be rougher around the edges. And he does that well. He's meant to be kind of part of a humanity that's more enlightened, but still has a lot of bad habits, and that's kind of what he represents. Anthony says, I hear that most people, Alien Romulus started to fall apart in the third act. Yeah, the number one problem with Romulus is it steals. It steals from the other Alien films. All of them. All of them. And it's done in a way that is very shameless, that is very unearned, and it is frustrating to me. It's flat out member berries. You know that this film is literally trying to win you over by replaying the greatest hits. And that annoyed me particularly because there was greatness in this film. I am not telling you not to... I'm saying I recommend this film. I think go see it if you're an Alien fan. It's the best new Alien project that's come out, probably since... objectively, probably since Aliens. Yes, I like Alien Resurrection more. Alien Resurrection is more original than this film. Is it better? Yeah, they're about even, I'd say, in terms of objective quality. I'd say they're about even. Probably, if you love the character of Ripley, you probably will be irritated by Alien Resurrection because the kind of reanimated Ripley is not... She's kind of a terrible... she's kind of an evil character, and that's kind of awful. But Winona Ryder kind of works, though, in Alien Resurrection as the new protagonist, so that's fine. But Alien 3, do not ever watch it. It's fucking dog shit. I hate Alien 3. It's one of the worst travesties of filmmaking of all time. It's not just the worst Alien film. I hate that movie. It's in like my worst films ever made category. That's how much I hate Alien 3. It's garbage. It utterly destroys the brilliance of Aliens, so don't watch it. I mean, watch it. I'm not literally saying don't watch it. I'm saying the captain don't recommend it. But I do recommend Romulus. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Think of it as the greatest hits of Alien, and you're gonna have a good time. The third act. Listen, the third act was very proud of itself in this film, and that's partly what makes it so insufferable. Is it's like Alien Resurrection already did this. Why are you so pleased with yourself, movie? That's kind of how I felt. I was like, oh, you're so freaking pleased with yourself. And it's like you just ripped off Alien Resurrection, and most people hate Alien Resurrection. I'm one of the few people that likes that movie. So it's like, even I'm pissed. You know what I mean? So that's the issue with the third act. The plot, Mauler will tear the plot of this movie to shreds. That I can promise you. There are big problems with the plot in this. Not quite as bad as some of the other shit that I've reviewed on this channel. Let's just face it. So the plot issues with the film are not the worst I've ever seen. There's actually a lot of good setup and payoff in the film that works well with the character of Rain, Andy, and the rest of the characters. But there are glaring questions, like how did this space station get here? Why is nobody else noticing it? You know, those are problems with the film. Some of the physics of the gravity and like ships crashing into a ring system, some of that is really great science fiction catnip for us science fiction fans. Like, there's a lot of crowd pleasing stuff for classic space opera fans again, this is flat out spaceship, starship porn. I mean that in the best way. So go see it, is what I'm saying. But just moderate your expectations, is what I'm saying. This film might be in my top 10 best of the year, quite frankly. I will say that. I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. This might be in my top 10 of the year. We'll see. This has been a bit thin as years go. I can pretty much tell you that, well, I don't want to spoil my top 10 list, because we might just do a top 10 list next Captain's Cast. It's sort of our halftime, half-year top 10. Where was I? Gore hated Act 3, but enjoyed Act 1, some of Act 2, similar to your critique. Yeah, I pretty much agree with Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet. I mostly agree with his take on it on Friday Night Tights. Like, I was all in. First act of this film, I was 100% in. I'm like, this is shaping up to be everything that they said it was. Like, this is shaping up to be the best Alien film since Aliens. Like, this was gonna take the cake for me. Because, like I said, seeing the Weyland-Yutani planet, the fascinating ring system mechanic of this planet, the ambience and the fear factor of the space station is just spot on. The technology, like the they go retro-futuristic in this film. Like, they recreate the look and feel of the Alien universe beautifully, but they do it in a way that doesn't like stand out as like, oh, that's so like a clunky cathode ray screen. Like, somehow they make it look like, yes, it really is the future, but just in a way you didn't expect. It's the only way I can put it. Like, it works, and it's great. Then it starts ripping off a bunch of shit from the other films, and at first I was willing to overlook that, but it got excessive. It got really excessive, and then in the third act, it got annoying, and that's kind of what happened. So, Act 3, Joseph says, very disappointing. Look, I'm telling you, this film had greatness in it. It had greatness in it, and one of two things happened. Either Fede Alvarez did not trust his vision and his talent enough, which is probably the less likely scenario, or scenario 2, which is much more likely, which is a bunch of dumb idiots, a bunch of dumb executives and activists, whoever got involved. And they ran this thing through, they put a bunch of notes on this. They demanded a bunch of shit, like, oh, you got to bring in that thing from Alien 1. You gotta call back to that thing from Aliens that the fans like, and they ruined it. I think a bunch of corporate goons in scenario 2 ruined this film, and which is why Godzilla -1 could never have been made by Takashi Yamazaki within the Hollywood system. Like, if Hollywood offers Takashi Yamazaki a blank check to make a Godzilla film, but it's a Hollywood American studio, they will ruin it. Because in order for it to achieve greatness, it has to honor the vision of the creator. That's why Godzilla Minus One is one of the most brilliant films of the decade. It just flat out is. That's because of Yamazaki's singular vision. That's what's required to make great art. And I'm not saying that there's not other contributions, but you look, a ship needs a captain. You cannot steer a ship by committee. You just can't. You have to have a captain, and that captain has to have vision. And that's a problem. I don't know if Fede Alvarez could ever make a truly original work within this system. This system is cracked. The Hollywood system is cracked. It does not work anymore. It cannot make original art. The best films of the year are, Nolan is one of the few creatives that can get away with it. Christopher Nolan is one of the few directors, love him or hate him, every film he makes is one of the most original things you've ever seen. And I don't know how Denis Villeneuve was able to pull off what he did with Dune Part 1 and 2. Part 1 and Part 2 are a throwback to when Hollywood films could be standout, could be original. I don't think there's very many creatives in Hollywood that are capable of doing that because they're being interfered with a lot. Joseph says, I just saw that Ridley Scott was one of the producers. Yeah, Ridley is shit. Ridley is shit. He did some amazing things with Alien the Original and Gladiator and some other projects. Whatever he was back then, he's not anymore. He's not anymore. Prometheus was another film that had greatness in it, and was original. I'll give it points for that. Prometheus and Alien Covenant had a lot of originality, but they were dumb as hell. And they had terrible plots and boring characters, and they shit the bed. So I don't... And Napoleon, Joaquin Phoenix Napoleon, that was one of the worst historical epics I have ever seen. It was boring. It was like I love history lessons. I enjoy history lectures. I listen to them on Audible, and I enjoy them. That's entertainment for me. This was like a super boring history lesson about Napoleon. It was awful. It could barely be called a film. It was more like a documentary reenactment for like one of those Discovery shows that's just narrating the life of Napoleon. That's what it was like. So I'm sorry, Ridley Scott, whatever he was, he ain't now. And that's not a positive that he was one of the producers. Joseph says, Ridley also did the other two movies before this one. Walter Hill is a producer on every Alien movie except one, Food for Thought. I don't know, man. Well, I'm not saying that Alien Romulus was trash. It wasn't. I had a great time watching it. It had really some original ideas and possibilities in it. I'm saying it was dragged down by, I think, just bad nostalgia bait, just bad plagiarism. Quite frankly, there's a lot of plagiarism in this movie of the other films, and that's what bugs me about it. So I'm not saying it's terrible. I'm not saying there wasn't quality in this film. I'm saying it's frustrating to see it throw away its shot at greatness. Joseph says David Geiler, or Giller, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, worked on all Alien movies except this one and another. I'm curious why he didn't do this one. Food for thought. Well, if studios were interfering with this, I would understand. I would understand. If you're someone with unique creative vision and a bunch of dumbass executives and interns or whatever are passing you notes about you've got to have this in it and you got to have that in it and it's ruining it, yeah, I would understand exiting the project. Joseph says David passed away. That's why he wasn't involved with this. Oh, I see. Well, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Says, hail, everyone. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. Anthony says, sometimes when you know something is there and you can't see it, but you feel that it's something that is really bad, that's terrifying. I guess you're probably talking about just the anticipation of like a monster in the darkness, and it's like, yes, that's an awesome element. And this film does kind of spoil that a little bit because you see a lot of the aliens. I don't think that I think one of the problems with the Alien franchise is that it's like every single one of these films just has to be the same thing. And it's, if you're doing those well and it's working and people are liking it, fine. I mean, John Wick is John Wick. Every John Wick film is basically John Wick has against everybody. That's the model. That's the template. Fine. But there's a lot of possibility in the Alien universe. Why not make some other types of films within this unit? That's why I was very excited for Prometheus, because I thought the idea of exploring this world in a different framework than just aliens was kind of interesting. It just, the problem was the movie itself didn't work because of plot problems and what have you. But I would like to see this world explored more. And what if you stopped trying to make the aliens so scary? Because they are scary. Why not just stop trying to constantly reinvent the first film? Instead of trying to reinvent the first film, just accept the fact that the alien is now a known quantity. It's not as scary as it was the first time we saw the film. It's never going to be again. Just accept that. And just make an action movie with these things as just a really deadly baddie that nobody wants to be dealing with. And I think it could be really great on that level. I think it could be really awesome on that level of just accept that they're a known quantity, and within that framework, make an exciting war movie. Can you imagine a movie about a war with these things? A la Starship Troopers. Like, seriously, make the Starship Troopers of the alien world. How cool would that be? Like, literally, they've infested like 20 planets. And there's just this meat grinder where they're just pouring soldiers into these battles to stop them. And within that, you could introduce newer alien variants. You could explore their life cycle more. You could add mutations that develop. I think one of the problems with these films is they're constantly trying to redo the first one and one-up it. And that's what's dragging it down. And I think that's also the problem with the Terminator series. I loved the idea of Terminator Salvation because Terminator Salvation was kind of doing what I'm suggesting. It was like, okay, let's not do another Terminator assassin goes back in time to kill ex-MVP, right? Instead of that, because we've seen that like three times at that time. We've seen that 3 times. Let's just do a film about John Connor fighting the war against the machines in the future. Folks, I'm here for that. I'm into that. That's awesome. Christian Bale is John Connor. That's it. No time travel. He's just fighting him. That's a great idea. Unfortunately, that movie is clunky and boring as hell, and I don't know why. It had everything going for it. I don't know why that film... I started watching it. Mauler likes that film, and he talked me into thinking, well, maybe I missed something. So I went to take another look at that film, and I'm like, God, this film is so boring. It is so boring. I love Christian Bale as John Connor. That's the best casting of John Connor ever. He is perfect to play that character, and I love his casting as that character. That film is so boring. I don't know why it's so boring. I don't know why it's so boring. I guess I could put on my writer analysis hat. And if I had to venture a suggestion, I think the problem is it is supposed to be a John Connor superhero story, but it's being interfered with by who was playing, was it Taylor Kitsch, or who was playing like was it Michael Fassbender? I think it's Michael Fassbender who's playing the human who volunteered for an experiment and becomes a kind of sleeper Terminator in the film. It's like he's getting in the way of this being John Connor's story, and I would say that's the problem with the film. But I agree with the idea of it in principle. Joseph says, in the next movie, bring back Sigourney Weaver, a clone of Bishop, and original Newt, who is now the new commander, and Sigourney dies in Newt's arm, and Newt kills the alien in the end. Makes sense to me. Honest to God, I would want to bring back Michael Biehn as Hicks and make it his movie. Seriously. Bring back Michael Biehn, and yes, I'd be okay with... Maybe there's some way to work Ripley back into it. I think that would be risky. But I'm open to this. I'm open to this idea. But yes, I would love to see a grown-up Newt as the new star, and Hicks as a star. In case you don't know, there is a great Audible audio drama. It's on Audible. It's an audio drama called Alien 3. They use the voice of Lance Henriksen as Bishop, and they bring back Michael Biehn to do the voice of Hicks. And it is a redo of the Alien 3 film. And it's based on the original script for Alien 3 that was discarded. So there was an original Alien 3 script where Hicks was alive, and he was part of the story, and Ripley is in it too. They do this as an audio drama, and it's excellent. It's the movie we should have gotten, so I highly recommend it. If you want a sequel to the Aliens film that incorporates Hicks and Ripley and Bishop, go listen to that audio drama. It's fantastic, and I think it would work great as a film, and it explains also why the company wanted the alien as a bioweapon, because there's a sort of arms race going on with a sort of communist power in the galaxy. It's cool. It's very cool. So I definitely think there's potential there. I just think Michael Bihn's character of Hicks was so good. And Ripley, Hicks, and Newt could have been such a great triumvirate in a sequel to Aliens. The problem with Alien 3 is they discard all that. Because they just want to redo the first Alien film, and that's the problem. Of all the soulless films I've seen, Alien 3 has to be one of the most soulless films ever made. Sigourney is only 74 and could do it with stunt people. The movie is number 4 out of the 8 movies they made. They need to go back to the original idea, building anticipation and suspense. Like, I like the idea of a sort of grizzled Ripley, and you're right. They could discard the canon. They could discard Alien 3, just discard it, and I'd be fine with them decanonizing Resurrection. I'd be fine with them decanonizing that as well. I'm totally cool with that, even though I like that movie. It would be cool if they just said, we're doing Alien 3, and it's Sigourney Weaver, Michael Biehn as an older Hicks and Ripley, and they're shacked up. They're together. That'd be cool if they're Mr. and Mrs. Ripley. I mean, I don't want to see Ripley change her names to Hicks, but they're Mr. and Mrs. Let's just put it that way. And Newt is grown up and is like a starship captain or something. And yeah, that would work. I'm down with that. I'd love that. It would never work, though, because we're dealing with stupid people in the modern environment. Well, not quite stupid. I would not say it was stupid people working on Romulus. That wouldn't be fair. But there were some dummies in there somewhere that were adding notes to this script. I'm sure of it. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, that would be awesome. I agree. You've convinced me, Joseph. Fu Man Blue says, Winona Ryder played Joyce Byers awesome. She did. She did. She's a great actress. I love Winona Ryder. Always have. She's fantastic. Joseph Ritchie says, besides Sigourney, I'd say Zoe Saldana. I think she at least is more memorable than Cailee Spaeny. Cailee Spaeny is, I swear to God, she's like a default human. I don't know how else to say it. She's like a default template of a human, and I don't mean that in any disparaging way. I just mean that, I would never be able to pick her out of a lineup. Like give me 10 similar babes to her, and which one is Spaeny? I'd be like, I don't know. I don't know. They're all the same. I'm sorry. And you can't say I'm racist because she's white. So there you go. But I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. So that's Alien Romulus. But at the end of the day, 7 out of 10. It's an excellent Alien cover band. It is, I will say, one final positive thing about Alien Romulus. I do think this film is, although it is misguided in some of these efforts, it is trying to give the fans what it wants. I will say that. I do think this film wanted you as the fan to be happy. And I would say that's probably the most redeeming thing about it. And it's not a disaster. It's not a failure as a film, in my view. I would say 90% of my rant is only because it could have been on the level of a Godzilla -1. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this film had Godzilla -1 level awesomeness in it. And I saw the potential there. And that is the reason for my frustration. if you're willing to settle for just a good film, then yeah, it's a good film. It's a good film. And I'm shocked by that because I really thought this was going to be full of the message. I thought this was going to be a woke dumpster fire. I really was like, please don't make another Alien film. I'm tired of these. I thought this was going to be a sort of Terminator Dark Fate of the Alien universe. Fortunately, it's not. Fortunately, it's not. It's actually a really pretty great Alien amusement ride. It does nerf the facehuggers and the alien creature, which is in some ways. In other ways, that folks, make no mistake, though, there is some gnarly shit in this film. There is some truly grotesque stuff in this film, and in a good way. In a good way. Some of it well, look, some of it is just a ripoff, and that's what frustrates me. Like, some of the really gnarly shit in this film is just a ripoff, and it's like, damn it, why couldn't you try something new? You're right, Anthony. The Xenomorphs just aren't that scary anymore. And that's why I say I think this film was afraid of its own greatness, because this film clearly agrees with you. This film clearly agrees with you, Anthony, because it obviously did not want you to spend too much time with the actual Xenomorphs in this movie. There are Xenomorphs in this movie, and they look spectacular, and they're all drooling and nasty and everything, and they do some nasty shit to people. There is one scene involving a Xenomorph in a cocoon that is pretty fantastic, and I enjoyed a lot. I really like that scene. There's a character that gets it, and kind of, I was into it. But the film kind of moves on quickly. The film's like, okay, we got it. No, that's enough of that. On to something else. And I'm like, what? Why don't you build this film around the facehuggers? And this, I think there's enough fear factor with them that it could have worked. But my suggestion, if indeed this is the problem, as you suggest, Anthony, my suggestion is, okay, accept that. Accept that we cannot be the first film, and we shouldn't try to be. Just be a great film about how freaking awful it would be to be trapped on a space station with these things. I don't actually think that that's necessarily... I mean... Can you still make a Predator film that has the level of terror of the Predator? I mean, like, are there just... Why do they keep making... Like, why do they keep making Michael Myers films, like Halloween movies? They keep making them. Obviously, there's something about that character that is still malevolent and terrifying and deeply affecting. I think the Xenomorphs still have that quality. I just think the problem is you can't remake that original film because it is an original. An original is, by definition, you know, it would be like saying, okay, we're going to make a sequel to Back to the Future, and we want it to feel just like the first Back to the Future. You can't do that. Back to the Future is a unique, original film. Nothing like it. There was nothing like it before. There was nothing like it after. It will, you know, The Matrix, the original Matrix film. You cannot recreate that experience, ever. It was 1 in a million. It just was. So can you make a worthy sequel? Can you do something new in that world? I think so. But if you set out to recreate that original singular experience, you're going to fail. And I think that's why the Terminator films fail. I think it's why this film, you know, fails to achieve the greatness it could have, because it is trying to recapture that lightning in a bottle. You can't do that, but you can still make a damn good thriller involving these still very terrifying aliens. Look, the Xenomorph is still one of the most primal and malevolent and terrifying looking things you've ever seen. Like folks, where is this? I have this picture somewhere. Let me share this real quick. I was considering an alternative thumbnail. And so this was the picture I was considering using. I'm just going to go present. Here we go. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Jesus. Look at how terrifying that is. That is still one of the most terrifying things ever. I'm telling you, that is one of the coolest, most original, most freaking batshit crazy fictional organisms ever invented. Folks, there is still a hell of a lot you can do with this creature. I'm telling you right now. Listen, I say make a film called Alien War. Or, you know, war is maybe a little too on the nose, but something in basically Alien Battlefield. Or now that's even worse. But like literally, it is essentially the same thing in concept as Starship Troopers, a meat grinder, hamburger hill kind of story, but it's just about soldiers fighting in a planet infested with these things. How freaking cool would that be? Forget about making it a monster movie. Just make it a terrifying alien war movie. That would be cool. And this thing would be awful. Can you imagine? Can you imagine just like dealing with the soldiers, you know, who've been in this theater and they're getting shell-shocked from fighting these things and they're watching their buddies die like Band of Brothers, but with aliens? Folks, that would be great. But they'll never make it. Why? Because they have to recreate the original 1,000 more times. Why? Why? I hate Hollywood. I fucking hate Hollywood. It's so ossified. It is so ossified. It will never change. It will never evolve. It will never try anything new. And it's time to stop wishing that it would. It's time to stop wishing that Hollywood would become original again. They're not ever going to change. They're never going to change. Screw Hollywood. Bypass them, folks. Hail the Iron Age. We got to make our own shit, folks. That's the only way we're going to do anything. We're never going to have original art from Hollywood again. Forget it. It's not going to happen. Yes, you'll have once in a while, you'll have the Dune or the Oppenheimer. That's just the exception that proves the rule. We will not change Hollywood. We will not wish for Hollywood to get better. We will bypass Hollywood. We will bypass them. It just kills me that they can't make a Terminator film that isn't Terminator goes back in time to kill MVP, and MVP will save the world. And it's like, God, stop making that movie. I've seen that movie 5 times. I don't want to see it again. I enjoy the first Terminator. I love the second Terminator. Stop making that movie. Terminator Salvation could have worked. It could have worked. I'm so disappointed that it didn't. What else? Fu Man Blue says, think of it as greatest hits of Alien. Say what? What was that? Joseph says, I like the original Quantum Leap too. I do remember back then that fans didn't want name actors jumping from other popular TV shows. The other captains came from non-popular shows without name recognition. It's a fair point. That's a fair point. I did not feel that way about Scott Bakula. Quantum Leap had been... That was an 80s show, man. And Enterprise came out in the early 2000s. So we're talking about... Scott Bakula was not like a big-name actor. He had been in an 80s show that was popular 20 years ago at that time. So I didn't see a problem with it. My problem with it is I don't think Scott Bakula... I don't think playing a Starfleet captain came naturally to him. I think he had to really settle into that role. But yeah, he worked though. He worked. Anthony says, at least there were no space fires in Alien Romulus. No, I would say the physics of space, especially dealing with the gravity, is pretty rad in the film for the most part. There were a couple of moments where I was like, I don't think that's how that would work, but it was rare. It was rare. I think for the most part, Alien, just setting aside the plot and nostalgia bait issues, just set that aside for a moment. It is a fantastic Starship movie. Like, this is a 10 out of 10 Starship movie in terms of just, if you just want some good starships and planets and space and shit like that, technology, it's excellent. Absolutely, bar none, excellent. And it was great fun watching those elements. There's a whole running mechanic with the gravity on the space station that some people thought was a little... I don't agree. people said it was kind of silly. I don't think so. I thought that was very clever. It made for some pretty spectacular set pieces. I fairly loved that. I really loved the gravity mechanic in the story. It was an interesting idea I haven't quite seen portrayed before, like what would happen if gravity were sort of turning on and off due to a malfunction. That was cool. That was very cool. I do think some characters had some plot armor they shouldn't have had, but that's for another day. My biggest issue with the film is not any of the space mechanics. My biggest issue with it was why isn't anyone else interested in this space station? That was my problem with it. Anthony says Blade Runner or 1982, or as I like to call it, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, the original title. Ripley did pretty okay in that one. I would say that there is like a sort of nerd theory that Blade Runner and Alien are the same universe, and I would love it. I would love it if that were true, because that would be cool. With Alien, Fu Man Blue says, you can boil it down to two possibilities. You can make a horror film and have few enemies, or an action film where there are many enemies and tougher heroes. We've seen both of those films. Yeah, and I think that could work. I think that could be super awesome. Fu Man Blue disagrees. He says, we don't need any more. Dude, I would take a good Starship Troopers sequel in a minute. In a heartbeat. I would love that. I'm telling you, Fu Man Blue, I'm recommending Alien Romulus. Despite my frustrations notwithstanding, I am telling you, it's worth your time. This is a film that is worth your time, in my view. And I'm telling you that Alien Romulus was this close to just greatness. Greatness, Fu Man Blue. So I'm saying we do need more. We just need them to be... We need films that are not afraid... That they're not afraid of their own potential. And that's the issue, is they are playing it safe, and they don't need to play it safe. They need to take risks. Did we really need another Godzilla trashing Tokyo film? Did we? I mean, there's like 50 of those. And then you see Godzilla -1, and you're like, where has this film been my whole life? It's in the hands of a real talent. I'm saying we do need those films, Fu Man Blue. We do. Fu Man Blue says, I would watch a film with no human that was about the Starship Trooper bugs that delve deeply in a planet and find a queen. Oh yeah, that delve too deeply and then find a queen alien. So in other words, bugs versus aliens, that could work. That could work. Anthony says, to me, the problem with the Alien franchise is they keep trying to reinvent the wheel, but we've already been there and done that. Yeah, it's not that they can't use the formula. I'm not saying they can't use the formula of a monster in the house film in which the alien is the monster, we're trapped on a space station, a planet, whatever. I'm not saying the formula is the problem. The problem is exactly what you're saying. They're trying to recreate the lightning in a bottle that was the original film. But if the original film had been trying to create what it... No, it's not gonna... That doesn't really make sense. The original film was original because it was original, which is a tautology, but who cares? Fu Man Blue says so you're saying the bugs wake up the queen alien and she starts spawning and it's bugs versus aliens. I mean, I will say this, because that's an interesting concept. I will say that the aliens are fairly mysterious in many ways, and that means that there's a lot more you could explore with their life cycle. Like here's the deal. Alien Romulus, to me, seems to be ignoring... I mean, it's not decanonizing, but it is sort of ignoring the Prometheus films. It's ignoring kind of Alien Resurrection and Alien 3 because it's not really commenting on any of those. It seems to me that Alien Romulus is trying to be very much a return to the original roots of the franchise, which in many ways it is succeeding at, and in many ways it is failing at because of being so derivative. And what I would say is, I think there is so much about that works. They're in that zone of just returning to the roots. There's actually a lot of questions from the original Alien 1 and Alien 2 that we don't have answers to. Like, what are, assuming we set aside the Prometheus films, and I would encourage that, What was the alien in the crash ship? Where did it come from? Where, not saying we need the answers. I'm just saying that's a question, right? That's a mystery. And like, where did these aliens come from? Where did the Xenomorphs come from? What's their homeworld? How did they get from world to world? Are they parasites? Are they, you know, what is their life cycle? Aliens explored that. Who is creating all these things? Well, it's a queen and she's laying all these eggs. You know, in their natural environment, how do they succeed and prosper? What would it be like if they infested a colony? Is this truly the limits of their life cycle? Is there greater potential? So what I'm saying is there's enough mystery in the Xenomorph that I actually think there's an enormous amount of potential that they have actually not explored involving these creatures. But I think that the powers that be, the creatives, executives, whoever it is, the producers, they have concluded that these creatures are not interesting anymore. So we got to one-up these creatures. And I think that's the mistake that they're making. I think there is still a great deal of potential in the Xenomorphs that could be explored. But it takes vision, and it takes daring. Fu Man Blue says, did anyone hear Mauler trying to convince Gary that... Yes, you know what? We're going to play that immediately. I have bookmarked that, Fu Man Blue. I did hear that, and it was fantastic. Did anyone hear Mauler trying to convince Gary that Ahsoka Episode 5 did less damage to the lore than Deadpool? It was very fun. Deadpool 3, yes. We're going to check that out. Joseph says, Fu Man, I agree there's only one quantum leap. The new one should be forgotten. Big agree. Big agree. Fu Man says crazy people are forever scary, whereas something natural like an alien isn't scary once you learn all that we have about them. Fu Man, are you telling me that if you met that thing in a dark alley, you're telling me that if this was what you woke up to, you'd be okay with that? You'd be chill? No, you wouldn't. You'd be terrified, man. Come on. There's still tons of potential in the alien. Joseph says, Anthony, fires in space. How does that happen? In Acolyte. In Acolyte, it happens. It happens because Acolyte is written by insanely stupid and unfortunate-looking people. Anthony says, Halloween had me until Halloween Ends. It felt like they reduced Michael Myers to a cameo in a movie in a franchise that is supposed to be about him. I would agree. Anthony, I agree. Joseph says, Anthony, I agree with the captain. Ridley's best days are behind him, unfortunately. Napoleon. It's one of the lamest films I've ever seen, featuring one of the most fascinating historical figures in history. That would be Napoleon. So, yeah, which is sad, because there was a time when I heard Ridley Scott was doing something, I was all in. Like, Gladiator is one of my favorite films of all time. Like, it's one of the best films ever made, in my view. Joseph says, I'm still trying to understand how Ahsoka time jumped or space traveled from one movie timeline to another. How does that make sense? Absolutely. Absolutely. Joseph says, yes, and in the new trilogy, the Woke-alite, the Cancel-alite? Exactly. Acolyte sucks. Fu Man says, I'm rewatching Three Body Problem. Yes, and I should rewatch that as well. By the end of it, I fairly agree. It was pretty brilliant. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, I'll watch Romulus since I've heard good elements, but I don't care if they keep making them. I mean, I didn't ask for Romulus. I really didn't. But I will say it's one of the better films of the year. It's one of the better films of the year. It just it could have been the best film of the year. Could have been. And there's a lot of, I'm not going to say shills, but I will say there are a lot of blue pills, or at least very underserved modern audience members who think it's the best film and the best alien film ever. And it's like, that's because you don't know better. That's all. Which is the snootiest thing I've said today. And that's a high bar. Anthony says, what we really, really, really don't need more of is the Acolyte. The Acolyte. Neutron Pack is in the chat and says, I thought Aliens was pretty good, but it was hard to understand what the actors are saying. Do you mean Romulus, or you mean the second Alien film? Because if you're talking about Romulus, I totally agree with you. I could not understand Andy at parts of the film. I could not, and some of that might be a sound design. Part of it was the actors were talking really fast. The actors were talking, well, we got to do this, we got to do blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, slow the hell down. Like, pronounce your words, please. Fu Man Blue says, I'd shit make... Yeah, talking about if you saw this in the morning, Fu Man Blue, I'd shit, make no mistake. Oh, you would. You would. I'm telling you, the problem is not that this creature is not scary. The problem is that they are trying to recreate the exact fingerprint of that first film, and that's not something you can do. Look, James Cameron, when he made the second Aliens film, he made a very different film than the first Alien. Okay? The second film is very different than the original Alien. And for that reason, some fans don't even like... Razor Fist hates Aliens, thinks it's terrible, thinks it ruins the lore. He's wrong, but he's entitled to that opinion, and I respect the opinion. Aliens is an action thriller, whereas the first Alien is a monster in the house slasher. So my point is that James Cameron was able to create a truly original and fun film by not attempting to recreate what the first film was. So I'm telling you, this creature is a gold mine. This creature is a creativity and, frankly, money printing gold mine. If they could just stop being so narrow-minded about it. Fu Man Blue says, I missed... let me skip that one, because that one is directed at Joseph Ritchie. Joseph says, Anthony, so far so good, no more of that. Final ratings came in, and it was the lowest of all... Oh, yes, Acolyte. Yeah, we're going to talk about those ratings, Joseph. I've got that in the stack of stuff, don't you? Oh, wait, is the alien still on screen? That's for Fu Man Blue. I want Fu Man Blue to really study this not scary image. Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at it. Good God. Let me see. Is there another? I have another one, too. What's the other one? That's a great promo for the film, by the way. This is the other one I like. I'm going to share this one. Present. Stop screen. Present. File. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Look at that. They always have the saliva, which is like one of the terrifying... Oh, they're always drooling on you, the damn aliens. Oh, God! If you guys have not played the video game Alien Isolation, you've got to play it. It is literally, it's like being Ripley in the first Alien film. It's terrifying. You are not like an action hero with a grenade launcher. You are an engineer who has no hope of fighting a single alien. You can only hide from it and run from it and sneak around the station, and there's all these mechanics for the alien to find you. It is fantastic. You've got to play it. And I would even say that Alien Romulus apes a little bit of that video game. Seriously, it apes that video game a little, for sure. So yeah, you got to check it out. It's a lot of fear factor going on with that character. What else is in the chat? Neutron Pack says Romulus. Yes, Romulus, and also it is crazy. Yeah, you were referring to Romulus and that you couldn't understand some of the actors. And it's crazy that if they have that kind of gun and somehow the whole crew died. Yeah, I don't want to... I know exactly what you're referring to there, Neutron Pack. I don't want to do spoilers, but let's just say a character is able to use a weapon against the aliens that nerfs them badly. And I really disliked that. I kind of like what that resulted in terms of an action set piece afterward. But yeah, they nerfed the aliens. So there you go. Fu Man Blue says, I gotta run. See you all next time. Well, thanks for stopping by, Fu Man Blue. And there he goes. There he goes. One day he shall return. Joseph says, Fu Man, surprisingly, people tuned in to see how it ended. I'm assuming this was hate watching. Oh, you're talking about The Acolyte? Usually in the most episodic TV, episodes are most watched. This should not get a second season, though. I would agree. I would agree. Now, let's move on to the next item in the stack of stuff. Real quickly, just a quick housekeeping. I had thought, based on what I discovered last week, that Borderlands was co-written by Joe Abercrombie, because there is a writing credit on Borderlands for a Joe Crombie, and IMDb is connecting that Joe Crombie to, like, it's like a short film that Joe Abercrombie, the author of the First Law trilogy, which is a fantastic, amazing, very well-written series of dark fantasy novels, which I highly recommend. And it looked like, because of IMDb, I think mistakenly connecting the author's profile to this Joe Crombie dude who co-wrote Borderlands, it made me think that Joe Abercrombie, this brilliant novelist, had a hand in writing this piece of trash Borderlands. But I think I found exculpatory evidence that proves that is not the case, and I wanted to briefly touch on that. Where is it in my... there it is. Share screen. So this from World of Real. Borderlands writer Joe Crombie might not even exist. A reader pointed out something that I never got to the bottom of. Who is Borderlands co-writer Joe Crombie? I reached out to a few sources, and all of them told me it was a pseudonym. As you know, Borderlands bombed hard at the box office. Failure. And with critics, it stands to lose... Oh, no, don't you hate to see it? It stands to lose over $100 million. Oh, that's very sad. Back in 2021, the video game adaptation went into production using a screenplay Eli Roth had co-written with Craig Mazin of The Last of Us. Trash! Last of Us. Trash. Reshoots for Borderlands occurred in early summer 2022. The movie was screen tested in November of that year, and that led to Lionsgate calling for more work to be done on the film. Last year, Roth was replaced by Tim Miller, Deadpool, for additional reshoots on the film. So this thing was a shit show. This movie was a shit show. There was all kinds of, like, production reshoots and changes and people leaving and coming back, and what the hell? Many months ago, I reported that Mazin had had removed his name from the project, replaced by one Joe Crombie. There was much speculation that Mazin had used Crombie as a pseudonym to distance himself from the film. However, Mazin has repeatedly denied these rumors. Says he's not credited. So who is Joe Crombie? It turns out absolutely nobody fucking knows, which I think is fantastic. So here's the short of the long, folks. I don't think it's Lord Grimdark, Joe Abercrombie of the First Law trilogy. In fact, let me just real quickly, the First Law trilogy, some of the best written novels I've ever read. That would be these. Like here is one of the best fantasy novels ever. My favorite book of his is Best Served Cold. Yeah, and it has a badass babe who is plausible, by the way. Plausible. He's very good at writing both, male and female badasses. He knows how to do it. So, yeah, Best Served Cold, Joe Abercrombie. This is the author I'm speaking of. And fortunately, it looks like he's off the hook. He did not co-write the dumpster fire that is Borderlands. So that is a great relief and deserves a round of applause. And if Lord Grimdark himself did somehow co-write this film, disown it, sir. Disown it. That would be my suggestion. So, yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine, by the way, the highest grossing rated R film of all time, has absolutely crushed it. And the cast basically wanted to do a thank you, a heartfelt thank you. So I wanted to live react to this with you on the stream, and I'm going to do that in just a moment. Also, Mauler got into it with Gary and Az over whether Deadpool and Wolverine is shit. As you know, your dear captain rated that film an 8 out of 10. And I would have even said 10 out of 10 if it weren't for the TVA. But 8 out of 10, Deadpool and Wolverine, excellent buddy love film. Fairly nailed it, I think, on all the things it had to nail. It pretty much nailed, except for some plot issues. However, I disagree vehemently with the surgeon on this issue. So we're going to get into that review as well. And that's coming straight up. Don't forget, we have Starfleet, Star Trek Section 31. We got a bag on that. We got to rip that to shreds. Disney is Vought in real life, and we're going to talk about that. All of that is coming up on the Captain's Cast after a very brief break. And I will be right back. And we are back here on the Captain's Cast, live on YouTube, X, and Rumble. So give us a like, give us a follow. If you're following the stream, please put a like on it, because it does help in the algorithm. And we're going to get into this super, I talk a lot about the professional mindset here on the Captain's Cast. And the professional mindset is basically, it's very simple. If you are an actor, writer, director, artist, musician who identifies totally with your art, that is, it is your identity. You are your work. It tends to result in characters like Rachel Zegler, Brie Larson, Taika Waititi, kind of just asshole Mark Hamill, assholes who invest their entire identity, and they tend to attack fans. They tend to never be receptive of criticism. Leslie Headland, Lesbian Headlamp, she's a great example of that. That's why they seem entitled. That's why they seem nasty. It's a bad habit. It's a bad habit mentally. But on the other hand, there are professionals, and the professional understands that they are not their work. They stand at one remove from their work. Dakota Johnson, Sydney Sweeney, Henry Cavill, and they tend to exude humility. They tend to exude gratitude, and when they're being criticized, they appear to have a very thick skin. Which does not mean that criticism is pleasant or that it doesn't affect them. It just means that they see criticism as a criticism of the work. And another key feature of a professional is work ethic. It's work ethic, folks. Part of work ethic is receiving criticism and continuing, moving forward. So one element of the professional mindset is gratitude. So I came across the fact that after making a Billy, it's a Billy killer, folks. Deadpool and Wolverine is a Billy killer. Highest grossing rated R film of all time, which is a pretty phenomenal achievement. a film that was all about fan service, no message bullshit, just about fan service, good characters that we like in their comic book accurate costumes, and big surprise, it made lots of money. Well, Marvel released a thank you video, which apparently is very heartfelt. I have not seen it, so I wanted to react to it with you and just see what I think. But this strikes me... Oh, wrong button. This strikes me as probably a demonstration of exactly what I'm talking about. That would be the professional mindset. But let's just take a look. Let's just see. Here we go.
All eyes on the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
It's the movie that Marvel fans have been waiting for.
Deadpool and Wolverine with flooding years. The biggest opening ever.
I do think I got to be careful here because I might get hit. That's probably, I just realized it's probably like gonna hit me for playing it. But let me see if I can skip to kind of the more. Dude, some of this looks super awesome. Let's just run it a little longer.
To finally bring the movie to the screen is just a dream.
This was the most memorable experience of my entire life, but something that I feel like I waited my whole life for.
Thank you so much for coming out. I just want to say one thing. Let's fucking go!
Dude, they're having the time of their life out there. That's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. Dang, if you just make the movies that we, the comic book nerds, made popular in the first place, you will have this. Star Wars can have this. It can have this. Just make the freaking movie that you're supposed to make. Stop with all the stupid lesbian space witches and just make the damn movie that we came to see. And you can have this, lesbian headlamp. God, that's why I say they're stupid people. This is not rocket science. It's been done 1,000 times in movie history. This can be yours. This can be yours. Just make the movie we came to see. The promise of the premise.
This movie was unbridled joy and audacity. This has been amazing.
Never been prouder. This is a dream project.
All of us together in a story that has action, humor, and heart. That's a privilege for any director.
When you go outside...
You notice what he did not say there? Do you notice what he did not say? He said, action, excitement, heart. He did not say representation, and there's just so much diversity, and there's so much inclusion, and we think this is going to save lives. Folks, Deadpool and Wolverine is not going to save any lives. In fact, it's going to end a lot of them in the movie. It's not going to save any lives, as it should be. It's art. It's entertainment. It's escapism. It's meant to beautify life. It's meant to be an exciting... It's meant to create exactly what you're seeing. Fun, joy, liveliness. That's what it's designed to do. It's not designed to save lives. It's nice to listen to creatives who understand the work that they're actually doing.
Look in the sky.
No notes.
Boys Gone.
Damn, that is quite the montage.
Side.
What? What did you say?
Not that I was saying that you're so tall, so handsome. You think I could be bought, you son of a... Hello. So happy. We've had the time of our lives. No cap.
All right, I'm pausing it because I'm nervous. I'm nervous about copyright here, but let me see if there's anything towards the end. Here we go. Let's skip to this part. Nice! Oh, that's brilliant! That is excellent! That is so brilliant! I love that last... I would play that again. Oops, wrong one. There it is. That's how it's done, folks! That's classy. That is classy as all get out, as we would say in the country. There we go. That's so awesome. I love how they're in character all the time. I think that's so brilliant. That's so brilliant. Dude, it's perfect. It is a perfect buddy love story because of exactly that quality of how Hugh Jackman is. He's exactly the surly, stick-up-his-ass jerk that he has to be. And then, of course, you've got Deadpool is the loudmouth, sarcastic clown that he needs to be. It's fantastic. The plot's dumb as hell. The plot in the movie is dumb as hell. You'll get no argument from me on that. Very classy. Joseph says, talking about book authors, I enjoy Bernard Cornwell's books based on King Arthur, such as the Last Kingdom series. Really? You know, I have been looking for a good fantasy series, so this is a very timely recommendation here. What was the name? That was Bernard Cornwell? I'm going to do a quick search here. Bernard Cornwell books. I'm going to leave that tab open. Yeah, interesting. I do love Arthurian legend. I think Arthurian legend is has so much potential in it. 13 books in the series. Oh, that's an author with a work ethic right there. Puts me to shame at the moment. But that shall be rectified. Shall be rectified. Well, cool. Thanks for... M.K. Hume is also good. Well, thanks for the recommendations, Joseph. I appreciate that. Captain appreciates that. So, yeah. So, Deadpool and Wolverine, fantastic film. However, not everyone agrees with the Captain's take on this. And, of course, Mauler, the surgeon. He does not agree. And so I thought I would highlight this little clip. Because we're an echo chamber, folks. We live in an echo chamber. We just live to hate on things. We hate everything. Nobody likes anything, and we all agree. Or if we like something, we all agree that we like it, right? That's how it works.
Is kind of disastrous news. I don't see it as much different than episode 5 of Ahsoka.
He's talking about Deadpool and Wolverine here.
Where I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh fuck, like everyone adored.
And just to remind you, episode 5 of Ahsoka, I actually agree with Mauler, is the worst Ahsoka episode. I mean, I think that's what he's saying. But episode 5, maybe he's not. I think it's probably the worst episode of Ahsoka. It is the episode where she's drowning for 12 hours. She's in the world between worlds. And of course, Hayden Christensen comes back as Anakin. And that's where he Vader. That's the episode that comes from. Because they show little flashes of Anakin as Vader. And it's all a bunch of member berries. It's all a bunch of nostalgia. There's no substance at all. And of course, I think was it Anthony or Joseph? Someone in the chat was pointing this out. We don't know, is she moving through time? Is she in an alternate reality? Like, none of that's ever explained. It's a complete mess, that episode. He's saying that Deadpool and Wolverine is as bad as that.
And it was nothing.
I
It was
didn't.
substanceless
I
garbage.
didn't.
Oh, yeah, but you know what I mean when I say everybody. I'm also being hyperbolic.
Yeah.
I see Deadpool and Wolverine as like...
Yeah,
I don't know
dude, Deadpool and Wolverine is not as bad as Ahsoka. Come on, stop.
Oh, stop. Dude, right there. This was my exact reaction. When Gary said that, I was like... It's like, dude... You know what's fascinating? Now, listen, no disrespect to the Long Man, the founder of Long. Like, I love Mauler. I'm a huge Mauler fan. Even when I disagree with him, I so greatly admire his trenchant, just exacting analysis of story structure. I really admire it. So I'm not hating on Mauler here. I do disagree with it. But I've seen him debate people. I've seen him debate... other YouTubers about, for example, Rise of Skywalker or The Last Jedi, people defending that. I've seen him debate people over Game of Thrones Season 8 ending who liked that ending. And it's fascinating because he runs the table. He runs the table in any debate he's in because he's so damn brilliant. He's just so damn smart, and it's freaking annoying. No, I'm just kidding. He knows that. But what's funny is how, like, Gary just shut him down. Now, not really, because Mauler's defending himself here, but it's just fascinating, you know? When Mauler is debating someone who does not have a very strong case, doesn't have a lot of confidence, I would say is basically a shill. Like if he's debating a shill who kind of somewhere in the back of their mind knows they're wrong, but they're just defending The Last Jedi because have to defend Last Jedi, he shreds them, folks. He shreds them. He is in total command of the conversation at every second. He's kind of frighteningly good at debate. What fascinates me is Gary absolutely kind of wrestled him down here. He wrestled him down.
It's worse,
No,
unfortunately.
no, it's not.
If
Not even fucking close. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh.
And I am saying why that's notable to me is that Gary is not as smart as Mauler. I'm so, no disrespect to Gary. But Gary is not as, well, I shouldn't say that. I do think he is as like a bare metric, but like, I think Mauler is in his ability to argue is like pretty exceptional. So I don't think Gary is quite at that level, and he kind of wrestles Mauler down here. It's kind of amazing to see. Let me go back a step here.
No, it's not.
If
Not even fucking close. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman are not in Ahsoka. That's fucking incredibly insane to say, but I love you.
The thing about Ahsoka is that the Will Between Worlds was already a mechanic in the universe, in canon, so adding that didn't damage anything. And then the biggest sin of that, like,
where was it introduced in canon exactly, Mauler?
Well, it would be in
fucking Clone Wars. Yeah,
that is canon. I'm saying whether or not I want Clone Wars to be canon doesn't change.
Gary hates the Clone Wars, and he's okay with the prequels, but he's not like a super fan of the prequels. Mauler is, which is why that was kind of funny. It's like the fucking Clone Wars.
Change if it's canon.
Yeah.
Ahsoka was like really, a lot of it was really boring. Like nothing happened in it.
It's got no compelling characters. It's got a bunch of people crossing their fucking arms, and you can't even come close to comparing at least the personality and the gravitas that was brought with Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. Like, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. You can say, hey, plot-wise, there are inconsistencies that are similar, but character-wise, they're not even in the same universe. Not even close.
So there's a key element of Gary's argument here that I 100%, because they actually all have a different opinion here. Gary's opinion is Deadpool and Wolverine is a good movie. It's fun. It's better than Ahsoka by a mile, but it's deeply flawed and it has a lot of plot problems. I basically agree with that totally. Az is a little more rosy on it. He pretty much thinks that, no, the plot worked. It had a lot of heart. Yes, it had problems, but there was a lot of heart, and that's basically their main disagreement. Az thinks there was a lot of heart in the movie. Gary thinks there wasn't a lot. So, actually, I take that back. I kind of agree with Az. There was a lot of heart in the movie. It was kind of undermined by the stupid TVA plot, but whatever. Mauler's arguing that none of those things are true. And so it's kind of fascinating to me.
Okay, so performances, Hugh Jackman knocks it out of the park. I never doubted that. He never has. It's been amazing in all of the Fox movies from start to finish. I was going in ready to fucking adore that movie. I've said this a couple of times.
I know you were. Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
Quite attempting to defend it on a lot of our trailer analysis, but the damage it did to the end of Fox and its legacy and Logan is almost fucking immeasurable. Like, I had a little rant at the end of the EFAB thing. I don't really want to repeat it here, but like it's but I don't know how to do it in a short way. Like the ending of Logan wraps up and seals off the Fox universe, as far as I was concerned. This opens it back up and then like peas in the wound a little bit. It doesn't give the respect I think it absolutely deserves.
I like Logan as a film. I hate that it ended the Fox universe. Fucking hate it. So I consider it And they're like, do we know? We don't have a straight timeline for the Fox universe. To me, Days of Future Past is how it ended.
Well,
like that's how you should.
Days of Future Past was the best X-Men film. It was fantastic. I fairly agree. That's a pretty good ending point for the Fox universe.
All over the place. So like we're in a future now, but the thing is the time doesn't line up between, First Class. First Class was supposed to be a soft reboot.
Yeah.
That's all. Like they were gonna do away and so there's no clear timeline with that. So, I mean, I watched Logan again, and it's just really fucking depressing. It's really cool how they tried something different, and this is
I love there's one of the commenters. I thought this was an echo chamber. They all three disagree in this.
Was Fox being experimental, and there was a time where Logan's a very well done movie. That's why it's crazy that James Mangold that's the same guy who made fucking Indiana Jones. It just does not register in my head. But at that time, Deadpool came out, Logan came out, and Legion. And I don't know if you guys have ever watched Legion. First 2 seasons are really fucking good. Third one is post, I believe, 2016 when Hollywood started going insane. And it's one of those shows that fell off because of the insanity that was going on.
Well, I think I'll leave it there because this goes on for an hour. It goes on for basically an hour. And it is a lot of fun to listen to. It's a great debate. I highly recommend it. It was this week's Real BBC. But there's one point that Gary makes there, which is that, well, the plot was a mess, but you cannot compare the characters in Ahsoka, which had no character, and I agree, to Deadpool and Wolverine, who had great character and were a lot of fun. That's point number one. Mauler thinks it's bullshit. Fine. Point number two that Gary makes later in that video is that, but Mauler, you are evaluating this film as if it's deadly serious, as if it's like a deadly serious entry into the MCU and it's destroying canon. He's like, Deadpool is in the comics and is in the first 2 Deadpool films and is in this film. He's a shit poster. He's a clown. He is a spoof parody. And that's what this film is. It is a parody film. And Mauler then asks him, well, would you say it's closer to The Naked Gun? Or would you say it's closer to, I forget the other example he gives, but it's kind of a more serious comedy film. And Gary's, it's closer to Naked Gun. It's basically whenever things are getting long in the tooth in the Marvel Universe, Deadpool goes around making fun of everything, which is what he did in this film. And that's what it is. It's not meant to be thought of as canon, whereas, because then Mauler pressed him and said, well, is this canon? And Gary's like, well, no, it's a spoof. And he said, and that's what lets it off the hook. That's why the plot, yes, the plot's a mess, but that's not the aim of the film. The aim of the film is to have Deadpool be, a clown who is taking the piss out of the Marvel Universe, which he does. And he points out that marvelous opening credit sequence when Deadpool kills a bunch of TVA agents with the adamantium encased bones of Logan, which was unbelievably awesome. That was one of the best parts of the movie. It was so much fun. So I agree that with Gary, because Mauler's like, but I would say the cameos were less insulting in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, because at least in that movie, they, John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic, that wasn't established before, so who cares if they off him. In this movie, we're seeing the Chris Evans, Johnny Storm get, skinned alive as a joke, as a laugh line, and that is an established character. And Gary is saying, but this movie, Deadpool and Wolverine, was a parody, and Doctor Strange Mom was meant to be taken seriously, and that's the difference. And I think on those 2 points, Gary won. I think he won the argument on those 2 points, and that's basically where I stand, is that, and I don't mean this as a criticism of Mauler, but I do think that sometimes part of the glitch with him and Fringy and Rags, particularly, of the EFAP guys, one of their kind of issues is they sometimes take movies too literally and too seriously. And I think that gets, sometimes they'll literally be talking about, well, this character did not act logically in this situation based on what would be in their best interest. And sometimes I actually think that's quite a cockeyed way of looking at it, because humans have you observed humans? We often do not do things that are in our best interest. So the fact that this character did not do something in their best interest does not necessarily mean that it's a badly written character or an inconsistent character or even a bad plot for the movie. It's rare that I think they're going too far in that analysis, because usually their analysis is founded on pretty reasonable things. But like the House of the Dragon, they kind of insist. They kind of insist that, for example, Rhaenys, like, why would Rhaenys burst out of the floor and kill all these people, but then claim constantly to care about the small folk and so forth? And I'm like, because she's a hypocrite. I mean, that's the way I see it. She's a hypocrite. She is a pampered, wealthy noble who sees herself as the queen who should have been, and, you know, stepping on a few peasants, while regrettable, is not the end of the world. You know, that in other words, what I'm saying is, I think it is not out of character for a snobbish, entitled noble with a savior complex to overlook that she just stepped on a bunch of people because she's so focused on the battle, on like how magnanimous she was in sparing the royals. You know, she spared the lives of the royals while stepping on a bunch of peasants, and she doesn't see the hypocrisy in that. Right? Now, Fringy, Rags, Mauler, in a situation like that, they often say, well, that doesn't make sense because she's always the one arguing for, you know, this philosophy, and then she just violated it. So, well, people are hypocrites. That's just an example to illustrate what I mean when I say I think they sometimes are too literal or too logical. That being said, there often are situations where that is an excuse for just bad character writing. Like for example, The Last Jedi, people say, well, why would Hux focus on the planet when he should have been taking out the main rebel, the main resistance cruiser? And the people often come back, that are defenders of it, often come back and say, well, Hux is just an idiot. Well, that's a bad reason for a character in a plot to do things that are so tactically stupid. Oh, they're just all idiots. Okay, well, that's bad writing, because, yes, you can have idiots in the movie, but you can't have them doing nonsensical things and your defense or your reasoning is always that the character's just stupid. Because, A, that's inconsistent, because Hux was not an idiot in The Force Awakens, but also that's lazy. And I agree with that. I agree. So it's not that characters doing things illogical is always out of character. That's where it's at. It's like, basically, is this consistent for the character? And sometimes they're a little too serious about that. And in this case of Deadpool Wolverine, I think Mauler was taking it too seriously. I don't, and Gary didn't, disagree with him on his critiques of the plot. I don't disagree with him on his critiques of the plot at all. But I do disagree that this was not a good buddy love film, for example. I think that the chemistry and the story arc of Deadpool and Wolverine was pretty good in the film. And I think he's insisting on a little too much seriousness. And he would tell me I was wrong. And that's fine. It's a great debate. I enjoy it. And by the way, I want Mauler on that wall. I want him on that wall. Just with a laser sight looking at every possible thing wrong with a story. We need that. We need that, folks. Joseph says of Ahsoka, the way they explained it in Star Wars, and I think you will be referring to the Clone Wars. You'll be referring to the Clone Wars, I'm sure. The world between worlds. It made sense in the way they explained it in Star Wars was the world between worlds. I've seen the Clone Wars. I don't remember the exact explanation from those episodes because I did not like those episodes of the Clone Wars involving the world between worlds. Oh, no. Was that the Clone Wars or was that Rebels? No, that was Rebels that introduced that concept, I think. I think that was Rebels. It might have been both. It's been a while. Look, it doesn't matter what was established in those TV shows. The show Ahsoka had a lot of work to do in order to establish what was going on in that episode, and that's the problem. That episode did not establish anything. You don't have to literally have someone explain all the lore, but, like, it's not that difficult to have Ahsoka say, "Where am I?" You know, and to have Anakin say, "You're in a world between worlds," and to have Ahsoka then say, "Are you alive or what? You know, how can you be alive? You died," and he's like, "I died in one plane of existence, but in this place, time has no meaning." You know, which is kind of vague and mysterious, but it explains something about where we are and what's going on. Right? So I think the Forced Ghost concept, as it was explained in the original trilogy, is far more understandable than the world between worlds. But there's plenty of mystery behind the Force Ghost thing. Obi-Wan says, "If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can imagine." He then returns as this ghost advisor. Not a lot is explained about that, but enough about it is known. We know that Obi-Wan's dead. We know that he promised he would have power in death, and he appears to be a ghost. That's enough, right? The world between worlds in that episode made no sense at all, and you cannot just assume that we've all done the homework and seen Clone Wars, which I'm not saying you're arguing one way or the other on that. I'm just saying that was my impression. Joseph says it made sense in Deadpool and Wolverine for what the story was. To be honest, I don't like time travel in any TV show or movie. Yeah, my issue with the TVA, my biggest problem with the plot in Deadpool and Wolverine was they didn't really give Wolverine himself much of an out for sort of not trying to save his own universe. Deadpool kind of admits, there's no way to save your universe, and Wolverine kind of just forgives him later. That was a little rough. I hated that the villain plot was, I have a time shredder that's going to shred all realities ever. Do we really need all universes for all time to be the stakes in this movie? Do we really need that? No. Why? Honest to God. A simpler plot would have been, his girlfriend is going to die. Your girlfriend is going to die, and it has to happen in your universe. And you tried to interfere with it for some, Deadpool tried to interfere with time, and the TVA tries to stop him. And then Deadpool fights the TVA in order to change history and save his girlfriend. That's a lot more reasonable in terms of the stakes for the film. And then Wolverine's stakes could have been something similar, but maybe there's no way to save his girlfriend, or maybe they do. Maybe they save Wolverine's, they save Jean Grey in his universe or something. And the price for that is that Wolverine has to live in Deadpool's universe. There's ways to get at it where the whole universe is not the stakes of the story. And that's my issue with Deadpool and Wolverine plot-wise. I think the stakes were ridiculous. And why? Because the TVA was in it, and the TVA is fucking stupid. That is a stupid lore idea. It's stupid, it's annoying, it ruins everything else in the Marvel Universe. It's only slightly less ruinous to the Marvel Universe than Secret Invasion, which absolutely dismantled the entire universe, starting with Nick Fury. And I screw the TVA, screw that. By the way, I was intrigued, not totally invested, but intrigued by the TVA in the first couple episodes of Loki. I was kind of, all right, let's see where this goes. That's kind of where I was at. There was a possible situation in which I liked the TVA and actually thought that was a clever idea. That could have worked. It didn't. Joseph says, time travel storylines I feel are cut and paste script writing. I'm okay with prequels, but cut and paste storylines feel like they're fixing mistakes others did or doing what others should have done. Yeah, I fairly agree with you. Anthony says the 80s style trailer of Ahsoka had way more personality than the series. 100%. 100%. Ahsoka, child soldier, raised and trained by the master of evil. I love it. I love that. Darth Vader, he's the master of evil. That's what he is, man. What can you think of a better description for Darth Vader? If someone doesn't know what Star Wars is and they're like, why do people think Darth Vader's so cool? That's like the easiest way to get at it. Just be like, he's the master of evil, bro. He's the master of evil. There's nobody that's more masterful at evil than he is. He's evil incarnate. All right, what else is in the stack of stuff? Let's see here. Okay. So I was right last week, and I didn't even know how right I was. I had this to say on the previous Captain's Cast. Disney Vought in the boys universe is basically Disney. It's like uncanny. Dude, if Disney had an exclusive patent on Compound B and could create superhumans, they would be Vought. They would absolutely be Vought. They would have a ring of supervillains terrorizing the world. They would. Bob Iger would be sitting there apologizing for Homelander. He would absolutely. People like, well, Homelander lasered to death two passenger planes crossing the Atlantic, Bob, and some people would say that kind of collateral damage is unacceptable. And Bob Iger would sit there and he'd be like, well, I'm not going to get into the politics of that. I'm not political. Disney is not political. Certainly Homelander is not political. Yes, as the CEO, mistakes have been made. But I would say that what we did not have when Homelander lasered those planes and while we're not admitting guilt or fault, accidentally killed 500 people. That was unfortunately a lack of oversight by my predecessors, and we did not have enough executives on scene monitoring Homelander when he very tragically and accidentally failed to save the lives of those 500 people with his laser powers. And I, as the CEO, am very excited. We're very excited here at the Disney Corporation. We have an amazing portfolio of new superheroes we're very excited about. And we are going to be unveiling them at D23. As you know, D23 last year was a great success when Homelander was introduced. And you do recall that Homelander was very beloved when he saved all those other people that one time. And of course, we expect here at Disney to continue that tradition. We are, of course, a superhero company. That is what we were founded on. And I am very excited for the Q3 call. We have our investors are very excited. We're very strong. The tragic, unfortunate miss that we had with Homelander accidentally not saving those 500 people that received laser damage on those planes. That is something I expect to be much improved in Q4. Thanks, Bob. So there you go. That's it. That was your dear captain predicting that Disney would be Vought if they had superheroes. And then this is the most amazing thing. Literally, like a day or two later, this story came out. Hat tip, the angriest man on the internet, Ryan Cannell.
We've seen Disney involved in a lot of different controversies over the past several years, whether that's in regards to one of their movies flopping at the box office, or failures losing billions of dollars on streaming, or even in some cases, PR nightmares that consist of them getting sued by different entities all across the United States. All the way up to leaked Zoom calls or videos describing Disney's disgusting agenda. However, what got revealed in the past 24 hours or so is truly disgusting even for Disney, and it just shows how low this corporate company is willing to go. A doctor died at Disney Springs restaurant from an allergic reaction after being assured that the meal was allergen-free. The widower then sued. Okay, you know, these things can happen, and unfortunately, and tragic as it may be, due to negligence, due to a mistake, you know, when you have as many people come to the different Disney spots all around the world, you know, unfortunately, tragically, these things sometimes do happen. But this is what Disney's going to try to get off from this entire thing. Disney is now trying to dismiss the suit, arguing he agreed to arbitrate all disputes when signing up for a Disney Plus free trial years earlier. We're talking about something that happened last year, a death that occurred last year. And they said, this is Disney's response. Because you signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus in 2019, you are not allowed to actually sue us in court. Holy shit. And, these headlines are all over today over the past couple hours. Disney says man can't sue over wife's death because he agreed to Disney Plus terms of service. Jeffrey Piccolo filed a wrongful death lawsuit after his wife died after consuming food containing allergens at a restaurant in Disney World. And we should actually kind of specify it's not a restaurant in Disney World. It's a restaurant at Disney Springs. So this is
So that is NBC News. Yeah, I was looking for a citation on that. So yeah, good. He put
not
that
like
in.
within the park. You don't have to buy a ticket to the park to go to this restaurant. I could.
All right, so that gives you the flavor. So folks, hat tip Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, a man of such fury, of such rage, as to be incomprehensible, far above the average internet shitposter. I cannot believe that. I cannot. By the way, I'm laughing at how hideously evil Disney is. Certainly not at the tragedy. That is, I mean, can you imagine something more horrific? That is the worst possible. I can't. That is so gut-wrenching and heart-wrenching. It's like, you got to imagine that. Now listen. If I were to play devil's advocate, I would say if you are a mega corporation, you've got all these shareholders, all this responsibility, you simply cannot, like at a Christmas movie, say, we are very sorry this happened, here's like $20 million, which they should do. Just give them money and say, we're so sorry this happened to you, this is terrible. In the real world, if they say that, they've admitted fault, and now they are going to be sued, and it's probably going to be for a hell of a lot more than whatever they gave. So I'm not saying that Disney has to come right out. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying I understand the legal reality that corporations are never going to just admit, like, oh, we're so sorry this happened. However, how freaking cynical and Machiavellian do you have to be to go look for an out in the terms and conditions of your streaming service to not allow this man to have his day in court over the death of his wife at your restaurant? Folks, that is evil. That is evil. If there's ever... Listen, there's such a thing as like, yeah, you have legal recourse as a corporation, but there's what you can do and there's what you should do. At the very least, they could have their lawyers privately reach out to the guy and be like, let's come to some terms here. Find a way to... And if the guy's like, oh, I'm suing your ass. I am suing your ass. I think you just got to take that on. I just think you got to try to settle it. The idea they try to get off the hook for something this shitty, it's like, dude, they're Vought, man. Listen, am I saying that I expect a corporation to act benevolent in this situation? No. But I'm telling you right now, in the multiple choice of the most cynical, the most depraved things you could do as a corporation to get out of this, this is right there at the bottom. This is literally like worst option territory. This is literally like we don't care about humanity. This is literally like humanity is an object for us to mine for money. Disney's fucking evil, man. They are an evil company. Bob Iger is a scumbag. A scumbag. You want to know how the Acolyte gets made? You want to know how the Dial of Destiny gets made? You want to know how Echo gets made? You want to know how Chadwick Boseman gets his face covered up in China on the posters? You want to know how Finn gets shrunk on the Star Wars posters in China, how they thank a concentration camp? They're fucking evil people. That's what it is. If not, I'm not saying everybody at the company. I'm saying basically most of the high-powered executives of the company. They don't give a shit about humanity. There is this film called Michael Clayton. Okay, it's a George Clooney film, and it's a legal thriller it's essentially about this mega law firm that they basically defend corporations. George Clooney plays their sort of fixer. He's a lawyer at this firm, and his job is to make problems go away quietly. And one of the new problems this firm is facing is that one of its rock star, like partner lawyers, one of its highest ranking partners in the firm, has turned on them and has become a whistleblower. And he's basically trying to bring down the whole law firm. And Michael Clayton is sent to stop this guy, to discredit him, whatever. But and it's fantastic. It is a great movie. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. I can't play much of it because of copyright, but like, I'll just give you a flavor of this. The great late Tom Wilkinson plays the whistleblower. He's pretty much like, this opening sequence sold me on watching this film. It was absolutely awesome.
Michael. Dear Michael. Of course it's you. Who else could they send? Who else could be trusted?
So this is the voice of the whistleblower, and he's I think this is a voicemail he left for Michael Clayton, who has been sent to basically this guy is a problem and he has to go away, is sort of the subject of the film.
I know it's a long way and you're ready to go to work. All I'm saying is wait. Just please hear me out, because this is not an episode. Relapse. Fuck up. I'm begging you, Michael. I'm begging you. All right,
I got to summarize this because I'll get hit because I just want to play the juicy part. But basically, this opening monologue goes on, and it's this whistleblower is basically saying, like, listen, I'm not going crazy. They're going to try and say I'm going nuts, but I got to tell you this story. I was walking out of our building, our great law firm. I was walking out the main doors. I stopped in the middle of the street, suddenly realized I was in the middle of traffic and I didn't even know it. I look up and I had this revelation. That basically, short of the long, is we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys. Let me see if I can find kind of the juicy bit here.
Fast and powerful law firm, but from the asshole of an organism who's so powerful law firm that I had emerged.
Okay, so he's saying here, this is the juicy part. He's saying, I realized in that moment, standing in the middle of traffic, that I had not emerged from the doors of our great law firm, but instead...
Not through the doors of Kenner, Bach, Dean, not through the portals of our vast and powerful law firm, but from the asshole of an organism whose sole function is to excrete the poison, the ammo, the defoliant necessary for other, larger, more powerful organisms to destroy the miracle of humanity.
There you go. That's it. That's the quote that I was looking for. I freaking love that. I love that quote. I love that movie. He's saying, I realized I was not emerging from the doors of our great lofty law firm, but from the asshole of an organism that exists that exudes the defoliant and the poison that allows other larger organisms to destroy the miracle of humanity. And I was like, wow, that is, damn, what a piece of writing that is. That's what Disney is. It is an organism which exudes the defoliant that is necessary to destroy the miracle of humanity. Does that frame accurate clearly enough for you? My opinion of the Disney Corporation. That Michael Clayton, man, it's a great movie. Just understand that movie. Disney would absolutely have this law firm on their payroll. This is their legal team. This movie, that law firm is the legal team of Disney. They destroy lives, basically, and they don't care. It's 0 F's given. Anthony saying Disney has officially become a real-life supervillain. They really have. They absolutely have. I may have to trim that segment from the restream because, so if you're watching this and that skipped, it's because they made me trim it out because you cannot show movie clips, but I didn't show much of it. I just love that quote, though. It's like, it sums up every evil corporation perfectly. So there we go. All right. Well, next in the stack of stuff, my dear, let's move on to Section 31. Now, you know how much I hate Kurtzman Trek because Alex Kurtzman is the dumbest man in entertainment, in case I haven't said it lately. And, his final turd that is to be excreted in the destruction of the Star Trek canon is, I mean, my God, folks, how could something be worse than Star Trek Picard Season 2? How could something be worse than Lower Decks? How could something be worse than STD Season 5? Well, Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, because there is an answer. Section 31. This is the show that Kurtzman has always wanted to make. It is basically nihilistic, cynical, Game of Thrones in space, which is basically what all of Kurtzman Trek is anyway, but this is what he wanted to make. This is the show he wanted to make, and it is unsurprisingly the most freaking garbage thing that has ever been produced with the name Star Trek on it. It is this is so bad, I'm even shocked. I had the lowest expectations you could have. I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked at this. So check out this trailer just to give you a brief refresher.
Ladies, now let's get information. I say.
You know, the shock factor comes from the fact that, like, yes, I expected this show to be full-blown, just cynical, dark, grimdark, nihilistic, and of course destroying the lore, glorifying Section 31, putting them on this grant, giving them all this shit that they didn't have in the canon. What is truly stupefying about this trailer is the glee, the absolute delight and joyfulness of it. It's like it thinks it's Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's like the subject matter. This is not supposed to be fun, happy, clappy subject matter. This is a dark, cynical security paramilitary organization.
An emperor can only be loyal to duty.
God, the fake English accent is so bad. An emperor can only be loyal to duty. It's like, oh, shut the fuck. Jeez.
Thus does the empire.
Does the empire
remain strong.
Tell me if you think I'm wrong about this. They are so jealous of Game of Thrones. They are so envious. That would be Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman. Just hacks. They want so badly to be Game of Thrones. You can just hear it in these fake English accents.
It grew.
All hail the Emperor!
They are telling the backstory to an evil, murderous, genocidal, mirror universe psychopath. And they're doing it as though she's like this glorious, awesome character. Just full-blown drag show. They're just going full-blown drag show.
A tyrant.
Just, in other words, a clown burlesque act.
Who murdered her own people.
Gaudy, over the top, psychedelic, nauseating.
By the millions. The past always catches up with you.
You're Section 31.
Okay, ladies, now let's get information.
31 is a Black Ops division. Spy work. Starfleet is here to make sure no one commits murder.
What a cute idea.
Yeah, they want it to be Suicide Squad. Like, that's it. They're marketing it as like a Suicide Squad.
To me, you got some coordination.
It's gonna be bumpy and bad.
You know what's fascinating about this? Who was the? I believe it was. It's The Watchmen. I forget now. I want to make sure I don't misquote this. The Watchmen was originally written by, adapted from the Watchmen comic. That was Alan Moore. Alan Moore. Let's see. I want to make sure I get this right. Watchmen is a comic book series by the creative team of writer Alan Moore. Okay, yeah. And I seem to recall there was, I could probably find this quote, Alan Moore on Rorschach. Because Alan Moore sort of hates hates Rorschach. Like, he wrote Rorschach to be essentially a villain, right? I think this is probably it. I think I found it. Let me share this screen. It's from Screen Rant. Skimming through the article real quick. I just want to find the relevant quote, because this is what it reminds me of, right? While Moore has never had, this from the article, had any qualms in addressing Rorschach's fans before, a new interview is offering him the chance to make his thoughts crystal clear. By the way, Alan Moore, huge case of TDS here. Huge case of TDS. Speaking with GQ, Alan Moore discussed his career, the ups and downs. Eventually, the subject of Watchmen is broached, blah, 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 blah. In spite of giving the masked figure, quote, an abhorrent personality, Moore admits that he failed to realize that, quote, people in the audience would find such a figure admirable. Moore even describes his surprise when he discovered that Watchmen had a large right-wing fan base. Because, well, it used to be that about half of the country, that would be the United States, was right-wing. It used to be about half the... Well, really, it was more like 60-40 is right-wing. But because now anything that can be described as sane, rational, or normal is now far right-wing. Basically, 80% of Western civilization is now right-wing by the wacko standards. But in any case, let's just be charitable and just say I am surprised that so many people are, as if right-wing people are not people. Like, yes, half of your audience is right-wing because half of humanity. God, the absolute smug arrogance of these creatives, it's insufferable. It's so insufferable. They live in such a bubble. Anyway, all right. Returning to Alan Moore's quote about The Watchmen, he was surprised that there was such a right-wing fan base to his work. In his boldest declaration, Moore says that if his stories can be that misinterpreted, it does make you wonder what the point of doing it was. What an asshole. What a fucking asshole. Like, get fucked, Alan Moore. Like, fuck you too. Seriously. But in any case, that's actually not the quote I was looking for. There is another quote where he was talking about how people like Rorschach, and he doesn't like it that people like Rorschach. Again, this is a straw man argument, because what he's saying is they agree with Rorschach. And, well, then again, when Rorschach, puts the kibosh on a PDF file, yeah, I guess I do agree with that. So whatever. But anyway, he's saying that people who like Rorschach, the character, who is an interesting and very complex character, could you just get away from me and never talk to me ever? That was basically his quote. Well, Wrangler's in the chat. Is Wrangler here? Ahoy, Wrangler. Good to see you. I'm going to read your comment in just a second. I feel like my connection might be a little unstable. I got to kill this tab. Hang on a second. I'm going to kill that tab. Kill that tab. I'm going to get rid of this tab too. There we go. Where was I? Yeah, so getting back to Section 31. So the basic gist of it is Alan Moore is saying you're not supposed to like Rorschach. He's a psychopath. He's a murderer. He's not to be admired. What Rorschach is doing is not to be condoned. He's to be viewed, according to Alan Moore, as a tragic character, right? That's the idea. Now, the reason I find that interesting is because the way Alan Moore is thinking of people who think, oh, Rorschach is a great hero. He's a good person. Like, that's basically what he's saying. If you think Rorschach's a good person, that's not good, right? Well, this is kind of what I think about Alex Kurtzman. He looks at Section 31 and he's like, oh my God, they're so cool. They get to drive around in sexy vehicles and they live a life of luxury and they're such awesome action heroes. It's like, I don't think you understand what Section 31 is, Alex. I don't think you understand what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be a commentary on what an evil, morally bankrupt paramilitary organization might do if it justified all of its evil deeds as being necessary evils to protect the Federation, as the ends justify the means. That's basically what Section 31 represents. And you think it's some kind of sexy, glamorous hero story. It just makes me think of that Alan Moore take on it. It's like, this is kind of a Rorschach inkblot test for Alex Kurtzman. But in any case, let us return to the subject at hand. Share screen. Section 31 trailer absolutely ratioed. Take a look at this. 673 upvotes to 5.2 thousand downvotes. This is the main trailer. Now, but that's great. Like that is one banger of a ratio. That's like, what is that? Like a 95% downvote ratio? Jeez. Now, that's interesting in and of itself, but take a look at this, chat. 41,000 views on a trailer that is 3 weeks old. I want you to think about that. 41,000 views on a trailer that is 3 weeks old. Nobody gives a shit about this show. Like, nobody. It is... Kurtzman has rendered Star Trek absolutely irrelevant. Let's take a look at a few of the comments, shall we? This one from Swords and Starships. Wait, what? Oh, this would be your dear captain. And I just put this on here today. Terry Metalis absolutely shamed Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman, the dumbest men in entertainment. And this, that would be Section 31, is their revenge for us for liking Picard Season 3. But some additional comments. I like this one. I was bothered when Picard was riding around in a dune buggy. What a fool I was. Yes, yes. This comment. This is exactly the opposite of what most Star Trek fans want. I'm pretty impressed with Paramount's belligerence, which that is a great way of putting it. Yes, yes, that is an impressive level of belligerence. Belligerence. I want Star Trek to be something my son can look at and be inspired as when I... Wait, what was that? I want Star Trek to be something my son can look at and be as inspired as I was when I was looking to my father. Rod Roddenberry. That was, yes, a very melancholy, bittersweet quote there. I think I'll pass. Yes, I agree with that. I have no clue what this is, but it is not Star Trek. I have less than zero interest in this garbage. Another comment. Congratulations. Paramount has achieved a new low. Sigh. These people making new Trek shows totally miss the point about what Star Trek is. What the hell happened to Star Trek? What all about science fiction and thinking and philosophy that used to permeate every episode from the original 60s TV series? This is more like Star Wars meets Street Fight on heavy drugs. I have a great idea for generic sci-fi action movie nobody asked for and nobody wants. Great! Slap the Star Trek logo on it. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it. This isn't Star Trek. I need an instant dose of DS9 to get this trailer out of my brain. That is an excellent suggestion. Paramount Plus, if this is what you're selling, I'm not buying. Remember when Sloan said they do things quietly? Hello! Major applause line there. Oh, shit. I had the wrong view. I'm sorry, chat. That was very bad of me. Forgot I had the wrong view window size there. Yeah, that is a great way of putting it. Remember how the entire philosophy of Section 31 in Star Trek DS9 is they have no ships, they have no uniforms, they are not an official they are a paramilitary organization. That is to say, they're not even a legal organization. They claim to be under Section 31 of the Starfleet Charter, but they are not known to exist by the Federation. They do not allow themselves to be known to exist. They have no official mandate whatsoever. Whatsoever. There is no physical headquarters. There is no physical room that they occupy in the real world. All their secrets are carried around in the minds of their agents. That is what Sloan played by the marvelous William Sadler, establishes when he's speaking to Dr. Bashir in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. This show, literally, is the exact reverse opposite of all of those things. With all of my heart, fuck you, Alex Kurtzman, you fucking clown. God, these people disgust me. God, they hate Star Trek, folks. Lesbian headlamp, Leslie Headlamp, she despises Star Wars. She despises it. Kathleen Kennedy despises Indiana Jones. Don't doubt it, folks. They hate, because what do they say? They say that all of these properties were, they were either insufficient or they were not right in their original incarnation. Rachel Zegler on Snow White. No, it was made in the 30s and very evidently so. The Lord of the Rings. You know, it's time it be updated for a modern audience. How can you make a Section 31 show that does the exact opposite of what made Section 31 cool in the first place? What made them cool was what was there. You literally have in Alex Kurtzman a talentless, cliched hack who sees a concept and thinks, that's cool if it were done my way. This would be cooler my way, which is they have little black badges. They have their own little suits. They have an evil AI that works for them. And they have starships. It's unbelievable. It's like, you have got to be such an arrogant, talentless asshole to look at the brilliance that was on the screen in Deep Space Nine, and this is what you think would improve it. They are stupid people that eat glue. More comments on this disgusting, nauseating trailer. Just when you thought things couldn't get any worse. Oh yeah. This is going to be painful. It will. Why does everything have to be Suicide Squad when even Suicide Squad doesn't make money? That's a brilliant point. That's such a good point. Why are you making everything Suicide Squad when Suicide Squad didn't make money? Everything burns. Everything burns. First, Star Wars died. Now Star Trek follows. Good night. Actually, I would argue it was the reverse order. Star Trek, then Star Wars. But, you know, potato, potato. Good night, science fiction. Thanks for your services. Dude, I would agree. You know, Alien Romulus was like this close to being great science fiction, and then it just descended into referencing, rather plagiarizing the other Alien films. And it's like, that's the problem. Science fiction is by its very nature original. Another comment. Did nobody get the memo about how Trek is supposed to be an aspirational depiction of the future? One we hope to have one day? This looks like a Star Wars reject. Section 31 itself went against Roddenberry's vision. Whoever commissioned this needs to be sent to Disney to think about the wrong they've done. That's pretty good. That's not Star Trek. That's more like an SNL parody of Star Trek. It truly is. This is an insult to Star Trek. Not a huge Star Streak fan. Okay. However, this doesn't even resemble Star Trek at all. Why do the people who own Star Trek think Star Trek is boring? That is an excellent way of putting it. Why does Alex Kurtzman see the original concept of Section 31 and think it's boring? Why is that? Why does Alex Kurtzman, I presume, I can only presume he has watched, I mean, he would have to, right? Or maybe he just read the wiki. I don't know. But how is it that Alex Kurtzman sees, reads about, or hears by hearsay the concept of Section 31 as presented in Deep Space Nine? How does he hear about that or see that and think, that's boring? I want to do it. That's why. Because he's a fucking clown. Because he's a stupid man. That is why. He doesn't have talent and he wishes he had it. That's why. Another comment. I'm so tired of the action for no reason Star Trek. Can we get back to when people use their heads instead of fired a laser gun? This guy is wanting to be Star Wars so bad and it's not good. No, I disagree. He doesn't want to be Star Wars because if he were writing Star Wars, it would be worse than The Acolyte. It would be worse. It would be worse. No, he wants to be Game of Thrones. And he kind of a little bit, I think, wants to be James Gunn, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy, Suicide Squad. But really, I think he kind of wants to do a kind of sexy Game of Thrones in space. That's what he wants. By the way, that's typical. Everyone in Hollywood wants to do Game of Thrones. They all do. Very few, such as Ryan Condell, only a very select few have the talent to actually do Game of Thrones. Quote, I had high hopes when I heard of this. Oh, boy. Blue pill. We got a blue pill. After seeing this, however, I'm not so sure. But trending red pill. I don't know. I don't get why Star Trek wants to become more cyberpunkish. As someone who has read cyberpunk fiction, this is not cyberpunk. This is drag show punk, is what this is. This garbage in no way resembles anything Star Trek. Gene Roddenberry is rolling over in his grave right now. By the way, if you enjoy drag shows, participate in them, or otherwise like them, more power to you. I think they're hideous and nauseating. That's just my opinion. Another comment. It's going to be bumpy and bad, that's for sure. Star Trek has passed on. Time for everyone to move on. Awful. Wouldn't watch it if you paid me. Folks, I have not found one positive comment yet. Not one. Charlie's Space Angels. This is not Star Trek. It's pretty much DOA. Everybody involved with this needs to lose their jobs. They won't. You're making a show for a demographic that doesn't exist. That's true. Dude, 41,000 views. 3 weeks old, this trailer. 41,000 views. Critical Drinker will pull more views making fun of this shit. And probably did. I think he did, actually. Let's see. The whole point of Star Trek is how people use their intelligence, wisdom, experience, and empathy to overcome difficult situations, not send Black Ops teams to kill people. I'll be surprised if this makes a big impact with Star Trek fans. Dude, this first half of the sentence is really brilliant. This actually gives me hope, folks. This gives me hope. There is still a spark, just an ember of the old Star Trek feeling out there. Like, here is someone that I would describe as kind of a normie on this subject. They're not as deep down the rabbit hole as you and I. And they're basically nailing it here by saying, the whole point of Star Trek is people use intelligence, wisdom, experience, and empathy to overcome difficult situations, not send Black Ops teams to kill people. With glee and sexy applause lines. And fun hip-hop musical numbers. Should have this is a great comment here. Should have a Tinker Tailor Soldier spy vibe, not a Marvel movie vibe. Folks, this is more like an MCU movie vibe, but we'll put that aside. This is brilliantly put. It should have a Tinker Tailor Soldier spy. In other words, gritty, oh, dude, that is a great observation. It should be like a gritty, dark, shadowy, spy thriller, but we're not talking like Mission Impossible James Bond spy. We're talking actual spy thriller, like who can you trust? Always looking over your shoulder. There's a plan within a plan within a plan. Basically, like using intelligence and gumshoe, shoe leather, good old fat like noir, spy noir is basically what we're talking about. That is what this should be, and it should be a deeply morally. It should be a movie that is very much wrestling with its own conscience. That's what they're getting at, right? Tinker Tailor Soldier spy. Everything is unclear. Who can you trust? Are we the good guys or the bad guys? Like, that's kind of like an element of that. So yes, I totally agree with that. And by the way, that would be great. That would be a great show. A Section 31 show, and it's all about the sort of dark, gray morality of it, and about bad consciences, and, you know, being in this web of shadows. That would be cool. Another comment. This can't be Star Trek. Who approved of this being Star Trek? That would be Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman, the dumbest men in entertainment. There, I've answered your question. So this is Star Trek's answer to Suicide Squad. This feels like Zack Snyder went triple Zack Snyder on Star Trek. What the fuck is this mess? Bashir's balls have never been this blue since hearing Jadzia say no. Wait, what? I don't know what that comment is saying. I really don't. That's not Star Trek. Never going to watch this. They may as well call it Cyberpunk 2077, the movie. RAP Trek. No. That's one quote. Just, no. I'm putting an upvote on that one. I like that one. No. Something Alex Kurtzman has clearly never heard in the pitch meeting. Wow. Not one of these comments is positive. Star Trek is so completely dead. I literally frickin' talked to a guy in the movie industry recently who was defending this crap. He was defending it. He says he loves Star Trek Discovery. And when I told him why I hated it and why I thought it was detestable, he said, but okay, fair enough, but don't you think you should support Star Trek, like, in the interest of... If you love Star Trek and you want more Star Trek, don't you think you should support people who are trying to make Star Trek? And I said, fuck no! Like, no! I will... Because I don't support people making bad Star Trek. How does that make a lick of sense? Now, the guy's in the industry, so that's probably why. Because he's like, you know... No disrespect. Nice guy. I really liked him. Great conversation. But this logic is nonsensical to me. Like, how can, if you support bad storytelling, if you support bad writing, if you support morally bankrupt, depraved companies that hate you, hate the source material, hate the fans, you will get more of that shit. Like, so no, I don't support it. Bizarre, man. It's bizarre logic. And by the way, I think that kind of logic, that powers a lot of the shill bullshit that we see. A lot of the shills that are out there are like, oh my god, Chimera and OSHA, I'm shipping them, that's so good. His lightsaber went red. Fuck, man. Like, I think that's what's powering that shit. It's like, well, I guess I better support it. If I want more Star Wars, I better support the Star Wars. It's like, no! No, you can't support this crap. Every single one of these takes a little piece out of the original Star Wars legacy. Every one of these takes another little pound of flesh out of the original concept of Star Trek. I'm sorry, folks. It doesn't make me happy to report it, but it does. So anyway, Wrangler came in the chat and said, hey, Captain and crew, sorry I haven't been around lately. I'm way behind on my video editing and I need to catch up. You and me both, brother. So I'm stopping in real quick to say hi and drop a like. Well, thank you, Wrangler. Thank you for liking the stream here on YouTube, Rumble, and X. And if you're enjoying the content, do the same. As a Drink with Crazy would say, touch the butt. I don't know if I would say that. It's not HR approved, but, you know. Different channels, different strokes. Joseph Ricci says, you have to be original. Stop copying other popular shows. Joseph says, the Section 31 TV episode with Bashir, there's two, actually. Three, actually. As a Spy was good, but this looks very, very bad. Again, they take something that could be cool and destroy it. And Joseph, if you have not seen it, so in STD, that would be Star Trek Discovery, just that itch that won't go away. That burning sensation when you pee, that would be STD, Star Trek Discovery. They introduce Section 31 in Season 2 of that show, and that's what this is based on, right? They utterly, literally at that time, I was not quite as hostile to it as I am now. Like, that was kind of in that era where I was a blue pill trending red pill on Star Trek, and they introduced Section 31, and I was like, what? They have uniforms. They have badges. That's completely antithetical to what Sloan establishes in Deep Space Nine. They have a fleet. They have a fleet of starships. It's like, what? And then Anson Mount's Captain Pike acknowledges their existence. He's not at all surprised to learn they exist. He's like, oh, you're Section 31. I've heard about you. Literally, what? Literally, what? You're not supposed. The whole point is that you don't know they exist. There's a whole story arc in Deep Space Nine where Bashir and O'Brien go to Captain Sisko and they report the existence of Section 31. And Sisko, being a very typical, moral, ethical, idealistic Starfleet captain, is appalled. He's appalled by this, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get on the horn to Starfleet Command, and we're gonna sort this out. Don't you worry. We're not letting some evil rogue paramilitary organization cramp our Federation style. No, we won't." And so he dials up. So the very next scene involving that story is that basically Sisko reports to Bashir and O'Brien that, yeah, I got on the phone, so to speak, with the admirals, and they sort of neither confirmed nor denied. They kind of just dodged my questions, and they all just said, we'll look into it. And that was it. So they stonewalled him. And Sisko is shocked. He is shocked by this because he assumed they would just be as concerned as he was and just be like, oh, that's impossible, Captain. And if it's true, we'll root them out. Don't worry about it. But instead, they were all like, really? We'll look into it. Bye-bye now. Implying that there are a select few at the very top ranks of Starfleet that know about it, but it's a plausible deniability thing, and they just don't talk about it. And whenever anyone makes too much of an inquiry, they just stonewall them, and that's the end of it. And so everything in Deep Space Nine clearly. By the way, why do I devote such effort to explaining all this? Because the Deep Space Nine version of Section 31 is awesome. It's awesome. It is a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy fascinating idea. Why? Let me explain one of the reasons why it's so particularly interesting within the world of Star Trek. Because in every other Star Trek, that is, in any other science fiction space opera, the idea of a secret spy security organization would be obvious. It would be obvious because in any other science fiction universe, of course, you have a kind of space CIA, let's call it. What's notable about Star Trek is the Federation is this high-minded, enlightened society. They're very transparent. They're a democracy. They don't believe in the ends justifies the means. They kind of believe the exact opposite. They kind of believe that, like, if preserving the Prime Directive means your whole crew dies, so be it. That's what you signed up for. Like, that's how dedicated they are to their values and their principles. So there is just no such thing as a CIA that's going to go behind the scenes and decapitate governments or assassinate people. Like, there's no such thing as that. There's no such thing as interrogation rooms or black sites. There's none of that in the Star Trek universe. Or so we thought. And so when literally the very fate of Earth itself is on the line, the Dominion is this close to taking over the entire Federation and enslaving all of humanity and all of our allied species, all of it. Earth's population will be exterminated. It's literally the darkest hour in the Federation universe ever seen on screen. At this moment, suddenly, an agent from Section 31 appears in this desperate hour and explains to Dr. Bashir, you've been recruited to help us because we are an organization that we are never known, we're never seen, but when it's desperate times, we are the desperate measure, right? And that's a cool idea because it implies that even in a world as enlightened and sort of utopian as the Federation is, there are still desperate times that call for extreme measures. And Section 31 is a kind of response to that. And it's fascinating because it opens up all these questions about, like, there's a great line by Odo when he observes that, Section 31 is supposedly an evil organization that Starfleet, decries and condemns. But they're happy to look the other way when Section 31 does their dirty work. And as Odo puts it, oh, that's a tidy little arrangement, isn't it? That's interesting because what it's doing is it's challenging, it's stress testing the morals of the Federation universe, and by that very effort, it's sort of expanding the lore. It's begging questions of how this universe works. How does a utopian federation really work? That's what makes Section 31, as established in Deep Space Nine, so brilliant. Alex Kurtzman is a retard who doesn't understand any of that. All he sees is, oh, this is Mission Impossible in space! Oh, oh my God, I can't even believe the stupidity that is required to think of this crap. When you Kurtzman, you have been presented with one of the most fascinating questions in the Star Trek canon, and this is what you think of it? Unbelievable, man. Like, I can't even with this dude. I can't even. What was I saying? Wrangler says they've turned Section 31 into Department of Homeland Security. So actually, Wrangler, my take is slightly different. I guess you're right. I guess they kind of have. I would say that. Okay, you know, in Mass Effect, they have the concept of Cerberus, right? Cerberus is this human-created paramilitary organization, and their mission mandate is to preserve humanity at all cost. They are not sanctioned by the official Earth government, which is the Alliance. They're not sanctioned by that, and they're the antagonist in they're one antagonist in the first game. They are kind of your allies in the second game, and then they are a main antagonist in the third game, right? Cerberus is absolutely a copy. I would say they are definitely inspired by Section 31. That's basically what they are. The idea of Cerberus and Section 31 is they are not official organizations. They are not sanctioned by the official government. They are a paramilitary organization. And the definition, sort of like the brown shirts in fascist Italy, right? In other words, a paramilitary is literally defined as an unofficial force that is organized similarly to a military force, right? But they are not sanctioned or authorized by the government. Now, Section 31 claims that they are authorized by the Starfleet Charter under, of course, Section 31 of the Starfleet Charter, which allows for extreme measures under extreme circumstances. That's basically the idea. But officially, they really don't have any standing in the Federation government. So they are a paramilitary. They are absolutely what inspired Cerberus in Mass Effect. That's my opinion. I don't have any actual, I'm not citing any actual data for that. I just think that's probably what it is. I think they were the inspiration for Cerberus, which, by the way, Cerberus in the Mass Effect universe is brilliant and extremely interesting. So the Elusive Man is one of the greatest characters in fiction. Absolutely fantastic. So what has Alex Kurtzman turned that brilliant concept into? I guess they're kind of a home. No, they're not really. I would say he's turned them into. He's kind of turned them into the Suicide Squad, as I think a lot of people have noted, as a kind of. He's turned them into a Black Ops organization, like a government CIA Black Ops team. I would say the closest thing you could compare it to is like Operation Treadstone in the Bourne Identity movies. Like, that's basically what it is. They are a kind of secret Black Ops special tasks group that he is assigned, and it's fucking shit is what it is. It's absolute shit. Let's see, what do we have? Anthony says, sounds like Men in Black in space. Whispers about their existence, but the evidence has been destroyed, so there's no real way to be absolutely certain that they are real. They are only shadows. That is the original idea of Section 31. That's a great way. That's a great observation as well, because it's not just that they keep a low profile, and it's not just that they have sort of arrangements with the admirals who know of them to look the other way. It's that literally, even if someone tried to blow the whistle on Section 31, they'd have a hard time doing it because they don't leave a trace. They just don't leave footprints, and they just melt away. They just melt away whenever you look for them. They're basically impossible to track down. In fact, The final episode with them in Star Trek Deep Space Nine deals with that exact problem. There's no way to find them because they don't have a building. They don't have a fleet. They don't have a location where they would be. When they're not actively on a mission, they're just indistinguishable from ordinary Federation citizens. You'd never know who they were. All their files are up here. They don't have actual files. They don't have actual hard drives full of all their little evil deeds. They're ghost-like, right? So when Bashir and O'Brien are tasked with having to track them down, they come to the conclusion it's impossible. They literally come to the conclusion there's no way that anything we attempt to do, they just would go deeper into hiding, which is how they get the idea of like, well, then what if we lured them here? Instead of trying to find them, we just lure them here and then trap one of their agents when they get here. See? That's much more fascinating than this stupid, they've got fleets and AIs and all this garbage. Oh, God. How can you possibly find that more interesting than what Deep Space Nine established? So yeah, they kind of are like Men in Black in space. They're just, even if the admirals who know they exist tried to find them or prove they exist, they couldn't. That's what's so brilliant about it. Yes, Wrangler, they are like a secret society, like a futuristic Illuminati. I would agree. That's actually much more closer to what they are. They're kind of an Illuminati, a secret society. But they don't even have like a headquarters. Interestingly enough, secret societies usually have a headquarters. Like you can go find the Stonemason headquarters. Like they don't hide that they exist. That's actually kind of one of the fascinating qualities of a secret society. The original Illuminati did not hide that they existed. It's just that nobody is allowed in who's not an Illuminati. And once you're in, you're sworn to secrecy. You can never disclose. Section 31 doesn't even have that. I really like the character of Sloan in Deep Space Nine because sort of what I took from it is because the final episode, they break into Sloan's mind. It's a long story. They break into Sloan's mind to find one of his secrets. And when they're in his mind, they sort of encounter him sort of trying to make amends with his family because he was away on missions all the time. And what I took from it is that here's how Sloan's life as an agent of Section 31 works. When he's away on a mission, there's a cover story with his friends and family. He's a businessman on a business trip, right? When he's on a mission, everything is in his head. He has been briefed verbally. There's no files that have changed hands. There might be like a small file for the purposes of the mission, but it will be destroyed before the mission's over. He probably has some gadgets and technology that are super secret that he uses, but he travels light. He thinks on his feet. He does not have like any kind of super fancy starship. He probably has a small ship that can cloak, something like that. It has a self-destruct protocol in case it's discovered. He has a suicide protocol in case he's captured, all that sort. But most of what he does is intellectual. It's, he does. There's a great show called The Americans, which I think portrays what Sloan would be like. So The Americans is about two Soviet spies in the 1980s who were pretending to be Americans. And one of the brilliant things about that show is they don't have a bunch of James Bond technology. They don't have all kinds of, they don't drive around in classic and fancy cars. They literally just use simple disguises to change their hair. They change their personality when they're dealing with a mark. And that's it. That's basically all their spycraft boils down to. They have the ability to fight in order to defend themselves or take out a witness, but they do their very best to not even be noticed. That's their number one thing. Nobody knew I was here. And so that to me is how Sloan operates. And then when Sloan is at home, he's a civilian. He's just an ordinary guy. You could search his house. You would not find any files. You'd not find any weapons. You would find absolutely nothing to tie him to covert espionage, right? That's kind of how I see Sloan. I think that's a lot of that. Now, that would be a fascinating TV show because you know how I know that? Because The Americans is a brilliant TV show about these spies who just live as though they are an ordinary suburban family, but they moonlight as spies and assassins, basically. And they get their orders from a handler who just tells them what they're supposed to do next. And they don't even know the reasons why most of the time. They just do it. It's fantastic. Really amazing show. Anthony says, oh, I got that one. Did I say stonemasons? The Freemasons. You're right, Anthony. I misspoke. That is the Freemasons is who I was talking about. I think I crisscrossed it with the Simpsons version of that, which is the Stonecutters. That's right. Homer Simpson is a member of the Stonecutters, and I think I crisscrossed it. The Freemasons. That's who I was talking about. Anthony Timmons says Kurtzman sounds like a moron. Well, I can confirm that for you, Anthony. He is a moron. He is a stupid human who eats glue. Anyhow, so that's there you go. I have eviscerated Section 31. Fortunately, no one's going to watch the show except me because I'm going to torture myself. But nobody is going to watch this show. Nobody's even watching the trailer, which I find very gratifying. I really do. And, chat, since you've been good, just for fun, we're going to close it out with a Grizzy video. Now, I was not going to do a Grizzy video today. I was not going to do that because, I've used a lot of Grizzy videos, and I was starting to feel sort of guilty. Hat tip Grizzy. Check him out. Give him a like, give him a follow. However, I could not resist this, folks. Disney shills praise the woke Snow White teaser trailer. Oh, I can't resist that. You can't tell me not to. Okay, we got to watch it. I have not seen it. Live reaction. Go, Grizzy.
The teaser trailer for Disney's live-action Snow White remake dropped last weekend, and despite it being completely ratioed, Disney shills will still, as always, do their job and try and hype this movie.
Dude, Critical Drinker's takedown of this trailer is unbelievably good. It is so funny. I highly recommend that one as well.
Oh, I already love it.
Oh, this guy, the mole guy is back. The mole guy. This is the guy that cried at the Rise of Skywalker trailer. The one, oh my God, Ray is so amazing.
Oh, I already love it.
Yes!
The log!
Yes! They fixed that!
They fixed it? So these CGI dwarf monstrosities on screen right now, is Disney fixed?
When I reacted to this on stream, I didn't even get a close enough look at how freaking nightmare fuel these things are, as Critical Drinker puts it. As I said, there is an uncanny valley with this movie that it kind of sits in, where it's like it's halfway between a cartoon and CGI. It's like, dude, you have got to pick one. But like, these things look horrifying. This is a horror movie. They're making a horror movie, folks.
Sing it to you.
And they fixed the dwarves. I'm happy. I'm elated.
Wow, praising Disney for using CGI instead of just hiring real actors who, let's just be honest, have a real hard time finding roles in Hollywood.
I much prefer this to actual little people, okay?
What a piece of shit.
This looks so good!
This to actual little people, okay?
What a piece of shit.
Oh my God, they are such, oh my God. Dude, okay. Why do I call them shit? This is why they are shills. Because their own sick, woke worldview should require representation. Representation, diversity, inclusion. This stupid fucker just said that, I'm glad they excluded the little people. I don't want little people in this. I'd much rather have CGI freaking nightmare fuel instead. They don't even hear themselves, folks. They don't have any... Dude, this is the best example. I always say this. Woke people have no actual principles. I believe in inclusion until they don't. Until they don't. That's exactly the perfect demonstration of it. The minute that a principle is inconvenient for them, the minute that it is, I believe in free speech unless it's right-wing people or anyone I disagree with speaking. I believe in democracy unless the vote goes the way I don't want it to. I believe in inclusion and representation unless it's little people being represented because Disney doesn't want them in there. What else can I call that but a sick way of looking at the world? It's unbelievable. He just threw little people under the bus. Unbelievable, man. I can't. They tell on themselves, man. Joseph Ritchie, hi-ho, Snywote. Jeez. Hi-ho, Snow White is a no-no. Yeah, exactly. Hi-ho, off a cliff we go. Yes, very good, chat. Very good. I see you're in the spirit of things. By the way, I failed to mention this when I reacted last week. I really despise this trope of modern trailers where they take the original song and they make it slower and more dramatic. And it's like, instead of it just being da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's so much more dramatic now. It's like, no, it isn't. Disney is Vought, man. They are freaking Vought. And look at their... This is why they're shills, right? Because if they had a mind of their own, they might actually disconnect from the Disney NPC update for 5 freaking minutes to observe that, like, is this better than having Dwarf than at? Well, no, did I say something against Disney? No, I'm sorry, Disney. Please don't punish me unless it's the good kind of punishment.
Looks so good. I'm gonna cry.
I'm not even going to say anything. It's so embarrassing. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Now, Grace Randolph, aka Chlamydia Burns, she enjoyed the trailer as well, but I think she needed a little extra motivation to help bring out her enthusiasm.
I'm so excited. All right, it's also like 1 in the morning. Okay, the D23 entertainment presentation is running like an hour over at this point. But who cares when they're giving us gems like this?
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
That's right, in a diamond mine. In a mine. Oh, it's so beautiful.
I would like to volunteer to take this old bird out of her misery.
All right, then we get to chlamydia.
I think Grizzy's right. I think she did a big ass line of coke. I do. That's funny.
Chlamydia's trailer reaction, and even she can't defend the dwarves.
Oh my god. Jeez, I haven't even seen a look that clear.
To Chlamydia's trailer reaction, and even she...
Jeez! Oh my god! Have you ever seen... This is more terrifying than the Xenomorph, folks. Yeah, Fu Man Blue, you may have a point. The Xenomorph... The Xenomorph is not that scary anymore. This is... Dude, look at this one on the bottom right. Like, jeez! This giant weird nose, this sort of troll-like face. Even as a cartoon, this looks kind of scary. Like, this is the weirdest thing... This might be one of the weirdest things I've ever seen from Disney, which is saying something, folks.
He can't defend the dwarves.
It's so magical. I hope they don't mess it up with the dwarves.
2 seconds later.
So, whistle while you work.
Oh, they did. They look really bad. Damn it!
But don't worry, Disney.
Damn it! Damn it! I wish... Dude, you know, I'm almost tempted to say she's not a shill. You know what? She does sometimes admit the truth. I have to give Grace credit. And that, a.k.a. Chlamydia Bird. I must give her credit. She's a shill for the message, but I don't think she's a shill for Disney, if that makes any sense. She really wants to shill for this. That's the tragedy here, is this is part of the message. This movie is part of the approved Disney message. Strong, empowered female who will not need no man in this movie, and she will not be sweeping for the dwarves. That's all good. Grace is down with all of that. And it really displeases her that she's not able to shill for this as hard as she wants to because it's ghastly.
Because she is one of your biggest shills and you pay her, she's just not going to talk about it.
I'll go. I'll be excited about it, and I'll just block the dwarf sequences from my mind.
So she's going...
Wow. Literally, I stand corrected. Literally, I stand freaking corrected. She is a freaking shill. She is a P-O-S shill. I cannot understand the mentality of that. What a sellout. What a sniveling bootlicker to literally say, okay, to literally be looking at this. Imagine this, chat. Imagine that we were reviewing the trailer to say Alien Romulus together. And I'm all excited for it. And I'm like, ooh, wow, the space station looks cool. Ooh, the sound effect, I like that. Hopefully they get the alien right. And then the alien, and let's just say that I literally was being invited. Like, I got a gift basket from 20th Century Fox or whoever made it. And then the alien comes out and it looks like just a dog turd. It just looks awful. And I say it looks awful. And I'm like, well, I'll still go see it and I'll just block it out. What? How can you look at yourself in the mirror, Grace? How can you get up in the morning and respect yourself? Jeez. She literally is the personification of, oh yes, Disney, step on my face, Disney. I'll just pretend you didn't. God, this woman is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was half defending her a moment ago, and then literally, dude, never doubt Grizzy. Never doubt Grizzy. He knows these people, folks. He knows these people backwards to front.
To ignore the bad and focus on the good. This is a professional film critic, by the way, who also, might I add, gave Borderlands, possibly the worst movie of the year, a fresh rating on her Rotten Tomatoes review.
What an idiot.
Dude, and never forget that this woman refused on principle to watch the film Sound of Freedom. She would not review it. I'm just saying. I am just saying. But she's willing to watch this Nightmare Fuel and block out the part she doesn't like. Wow. Like, wow.
90% of that trailer looks glorious and amazing. And then, 10% of it looks like kill it with fire.
All right, smash the like button if you think that Grace Randolph is a cocaine addict.
100%.
Next, we have this guy who clearly lives in a fantasy world.
Folks, of all the twisted logic of Grace Randolph I've ever seen, that is something else right there. That was impressive. That was impressive.
And is bragging about the like versus dislike ratio 1 hour after the trailer drops.
Surprisingly, there's actually a lot of upvotes on this. Not very many downvotes at all. Now, as of this recording, there's only 5,200 views. So we'll see what happens when... Actually, there's way more because there's 11,000 upvotes.
Again, this is 1 hour after the trailer drops, he's saying this. So it makes sense that the only people that have watched the trailer at this point are the die-hard Disney fans.
The thing that is the most amazing to me is that this has not been ratioed in the votes. It has not been downvoted to hell.
Oh, no.
It's got very positive reviews, votes so far.
God, talk about stepping in shit. Then, with another genius-level IQ take, they come out and say that a majority of fans have forgotten about all the negativity surrounding this movie.
Maybe you'll kind of forget about all of that stuff, all of that hoo-ha that happened.
Well,
never this side of hell, babe. Dude, it amazes me. It amazes me. Dude, do not doubt that this is... You ask, how do we keep getting crap, right? How do we keep getting such shit all the time? This is how the executives at Disney think. This is how they think, folks. They literally think, well, maybe if we just don't talk about it for a while, they'll forget. How disrespectful towards your audience can you be? And also, how absolutely wrong can you be about human nature? About human nature. You piss off an audience, you piss off a fan, you're lucky if you ever get them back. I don't care how good your work is. Dude, it is the bond that you have with an audience. I'll never forget this. Before I started this channel and I was working my way up to starting this channel, I was listening. Anytime I heard advice, still to this day, anytime I hear advice from a successful YouTuber about what they would do or advise when you're building a YouTube channel, I literally have notes. I take notes and I write down, at pointers that they give. Gary at Nerdrotic was once talking to a chatter about how do you have a successful YouTube channel? How do you keep it? What do you need to do? And he gave some advice stay consistent with the message of your channel. Don't ever contradict the message of your channel, meaning the subject matter. Like if your subject matter is celebrating nerdy things and then like say Red Letter Media, you suddenly start shitting on nerds and saying like get a life, that's betraying the message of your channel, right? Which is the message is being nerdy about movies, right? And then he said, never, ever betray your audience. And I thought, I'm writing that one down. It's like, but by the way, Rush Limbaugh used to say that all the time. He used to, because he would say all the time, like the bond you have with your audience is sacrosanct, and you can never betray them. And his definition of betrayal was specifically lying to them. If you lie to your audience, you've lost them forever. Because they will find out, and you will lose them forever, right? And which of course makes sense. Authenticity is key. But like, yeah, just that point that Gary was making. And I've seen YouTubers do it where they start literally shitting on their own audience and just telling them, F you, I'm not your dancing monkey. And it's like, wow. Or like YouTubers that are like, you're not super chatting me enough. And it's like, oh my God, that's so... So yeah, I heard Gary say that. I was like, you're exactly right. Never betray the message of your audience, because you know, and it's true. It's just in life. It's human nature. If you betray someone's trust, it is 1,000 times harder to earn trust. It can take days, hours, years to earn trust, especially to earn it back. But it's just a second to end it. The fact that these companies, and by extension, their shills, think that you can betray the trust of the audience and they'll just forget, ain't gonna happen. Ain't ever gonna happen. Kamal is finding that out. But getting back to this.
I am convinced that a lot of the internet doesn't actually stay in touch with all of that. I think that's like a smaller portion of the internet that is a very loud minority.
Yes, the trailer getting 8 times as many dislikes as likes is a very loud minority.
That's impossible. You're not just wrong, you're stupid.
God, Disney shills, am I right?
I'm so excited. I love
Am I
Disney,
right or am I right?
So everything
Or am I
Disney
right?
really makes me happy.
I love Rachel Zegler so much. I'm watching this movie just for her.
Why?
I want bootlickers, man. Rachel Zegler would step on your face if she thought it got her ahead in life, okay? If you asked her for a selfie, she would be just as likely to say, get the hell away from me, you weirdo. Get away from me. My security. She's like, I'll do anything for you, Rachel. My God. The lack of self-respect is what kills me, chat.
All the art. Anybody that has any artistic idea, I want to see it. Like, I want it all made, good or bad.
All around casting looks great.
Dude, if I were that dude, listen, no lie. I would save up every dime of disposable income I earned to have that removed. I would do whatever it took, get that off my face. And dude, it would have been gone a long time ago.
Music sold me. Visually, I'm in. What's not to love? Disney's So White, March 21st.
You went full retard, man.
Thanks for watching.
Wait, what did
if
he
you
say?
enjoyed the video,
Disney's So White, March 21st.
You went full retard, man.
thanks for watching. And if
A hat tip, Grizzy. A man, a scholar. A gentleman is Grizzy. Disney shills, am I right? Shit. Disney shills, am I right? Jeez. I can't believe that. The lack of self-respect is unbelievable. They're just like, well, I'll watch it. I'll just block out the dwarves. Block out the dwarves. They are like 70% of the movie. They are seven characters in the movie. They play a prominent role, and I'll just ignore them. What? Like, literally, what? That's unbelievable. But Sound of Freedom, I'm not going to watch that. No, I'm not going to watch it. What do we got in the chat? Anthony, yeah, like, what kind of drugs are you on, Grace? Like, seriously. Mindless NPCs. Joseph Ritchie. hilarious. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says that was one of the more phoned-in reactions from Grace in a long time. Yeah, no, I was like, it's gotta be work. It's gotta be work shilling for Disney, man. Shilling ain't easy, but it just ain't easy. It's like pimping for Disney ain't easy, folks. It takes a lot of cocaine. It's a lot of mountains of cocaine. Joseph says, I saw that video. In Grace's defense, she was speechless at the end. No, Joseph, I defended her. Like, I defended her. And then I played the rest of Grizzy's clip, and she says, I'm just going to block it from my mind and like it anyway. Like, what? You know what I mean? The babe makes it hard to defend her, you know? I was literally sitting there saying, like, well, you know, she's admitting. She's admitting that the dwarves are a nightmare. And, you know, and she does. She does occasionally say when things displease her. And so can she be said to be a Disney shill? On that basis, perhaps not. I mean, she shills for the message because you can tell she wants it. But then I play it and she says, oh, I'll just ignore it and like it anyway. Oh, fuck off. Like, fuck off. Not you. I'm saying Grace, you know. Just that mentality. Wrangler says, would it not be awesome if Grace's brain kicked in and she came around? I know she is one because she occasionally, we occasionally see her use it. Yeah, like, dude. It's the woke. Why is a mind virus a mind virus? It's a mind virus because it's ego-driven, right? And by the way, we are all humans vulnerable to mind viruses. This is not unique to wacko leftists. This is all of us are susceptible to mind viruses. And one of the what is a mind virus? It is a belief or a belief system which is spread from human to human. And that belief system becomes tribalistic in nature. It is, I am on team this, right? I'm team this. And that becomes, the ego does not like being wrong, right? The ego hates being wrong, right? We all, even the best of us, have a very difficult time admitting when we're wrong. I mean, it's unusual to be in the sort of position that I'm in where I'm so rarely wrong. But in the case of, no, I'm just kidding. It's a shtick. It's a shtick. Mostly. And what I'm saying is it's hard for the ego to admit it's wrong. So that's why, you know, Gary, Az, and Mauler, they argued for an hour and none of them changed each other's minds. Of course not. I do think arguments can change people's minds, just not in the moment. Like, I think that, like, if you have the same argument with someone multiple times, there is a possibility, as long as it's an amicable disagreement, there is the possibility that over time someone will start to move a little, because I've had friends start to convince me of things and I've managed to convince friends of things, but never in a single conversation. That's not, because the ego won't allow that. The ego, it's very rare. There are some people I know that would, I am one of them. I will admit when I'm wrong most of the time. If you give me an argument that's convincing enough, you will hear me say, you know what, you've changed my mind. You've convinced me. You really will. So like, but it's not easy. And the ego doesn't like it. The ego doesn't like it. It really doesn't. What was I saying? Yeah, so would Grace's brain kick in? No, it's never going to happen because her ego is absolutely attached to the woke message. She has to carry the water for that. She'd have to blue pill on wokeness for that to happen, which is maybe what you're suggesting. I don't ever see that happening with Grace. I think she's very happy. I think she's very happy with her worldview. I don't see her as, she's not like a Carrie Smith that has an actual, well, this is maybe, that's too harsh. I won't say that. Let's just say that Carrie Smith is someone who really did have a conscience and believed that, like, woke ideas were about helping people and defending people from injustice. And when she saw that some of those ideas were themselves becoming contradictory and inflicting bullying and abuse on other people in the name of stopping bullying and abuse, she suddenly said, wait, am I on the wrong team, right? That's because she actually really cared about the principles that she claimed to be defending. And when she discovered the contradictions to those principles, she said, oh, I don't think I believe in this anymore. And Carrie Smith, hat tip Carrie Smith, great YouTube channel. She's an awesome person, wonderful human being. And she now argues against wokeness because she used to be woke and she woke up. I don't think someone like Grace Randolph is like that. I don't think Grace Randolph gives a shit whether her principles are consistent. She literally just said, I'm going to overlook my critique of this film because I want to like it. That's not someone that's waking up. That's someone who kind of is compromised. She's compromised. If not morally, certainly intellectually. She is compromised. She doesn't have real principles. That dude that was like, I'm so glad that little people aren't in it. Like, do you even hear yourself? You wacko. Why do I call them wackos? Well, that's why I call them wackos. Because they don't even hear how insane they are. It's like you are the exact person that goes around like an annoying little hall monitor lecturing all of us bigots about how we need to embrace diversity inclusion until Disney tells you it's not necessary, and then you're happy that 7 little people did not get a job in this movie. You fucking morally bankrupt losers. Joseph says Grace actually said it was crap. Not in that clip. Anthony says, look at her eyes, though. Looks like she's dabbling in some kind of recreational activities. Joseph says, Captain, with the strongest respect, please go to the end of that video. She actually admits it is crap. I saw that video. Okay. You know what, Joseph? Just for you. We're in overtime now, Joseph. For you. I'm going to go look at that right now. End of the video. Did you send me a link? Are you in the Discord? There is a link in the Discord. You can drop a link in the general chat. I'm going to go find it, though. Don't worry. Joseph says, with Grace, you can clearly see that she is influenced by certain people. Obviously, she knows certain people, and they have power over her. It's scary when we as viewers can see that power and influence. Fair or unfair, this is my personal belief. If you are not willing to stand up to tyranny, I just don't have any respect for you. I know that doesn't mean it's easy. That doesn't mean it's easy. I understand being afraid of losing your channel, losing your career. I understand that fear. I have that fear. I have that fear. Like, we live in a world where censorship is very ascendant. But I must stick to my beliefs. And if it means I will lose opportunities, so be it. So be it. I will not live on my knees. I will not. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Now, not everybody believes that way, and that's fine. I just don't respect that. I just don't respect it. So you can say that, like, she owes something to someone. Well, that's her problem. That's her problem. And I don't respect her if that's the case. Like, if there is nobody that could buy my opinion. Nobody. So I would absolutely sacrifice a sponsor if I had one. If I had a sponsor and it meant I was going to lose $1 million, but I just had to stand by my principles, I would. Like, if someone said, don't you dare criticize this movie or you'll never be invited to another premiere, I'd be like, I guess I'm not coming to another premiere. Sucks, but there is no way I'm going on my channel and telling my YouTube audience I believe something I don't. No way. They're just, it's not possible. So I love what Elon Musk said one time when they're like, is there anything someone could say or do that would make you quit doing what you're doing, such as buying Twitter and insisting on free speech and whatever? And he said, honestly, the only thing that could stop me is killing me. And I was like, now that I respect. So yeah, to stop me from speaking my conscience. Now, it doesn't mean I'm perfect. It doesn't mean I'm always gonna like do the best thing in the moment. But like, I would always endeavor to be truthful and true to myself and my beliefs. And those beliefs may change over time, but I would never allow a company like I love Elon saying to the faces of all the people trying to get him not to bend the knee. Literally, this was Elon Musk's response to a bunch of corporations colluding to bankrupt Twitter because he's giving back free speech to the platform. This is what he said to the faces of these people.
Go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
And he was later asked by a journalist, what if that causes you to lose money? And he's like, so be it. So be it. That I respect. I will never respect someone like Grace Randolph, who's willing to overlook an egregious flaw in the film. Now, you did say I need to go to the end. I will go to the end. Anthony says, exposing the grifters one grift at a time. Look, that's not my gig. I'm not trying to expose grifters. I don't care. I just think it's fun to laugh at them and to comment. I'm sort of like arguing with them as best I can. I would debate them on my channel if one day, when I hit enough of a subscriber count that maybe a shill or two wants to debate me. I'd love that. I would love that. And I'd be nice. I'd be respectful. I mean, unless they were disrespectful. If they were disrespectful, then I'm going to let them have it. But if they were respectful and we're having a conversation, I'd love it. I'd love to debate them. I think it'd be fun. So I'm just chewing the fat with them without them being here. That's kind of what it is. Joseph says, you label them grifters. I don't label them... Did I? I may have. You label them grifters, but others would call them the elite and powerful or other similar names, all of which are very scary. These people can destroy Grace in a second. No, respectfully, Joseph, I disagree. Could they destroy her current situation? Yes. But what's fascinating is look at what they've thrown at Alex Jones. Look at what they've thrown at, like him or hate him, look at what they've thrown at Donald Trump. Look at what they've thrown at Elon Musk. Look at how they have tried to utterly Look, they are... Gary at Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, the knives are out for them too. Look at how many attempts there have been made to cancel Joe Rogan. They came after Joe Rogan over his over the ivermectin thing. They tried to get him kicked off Spotify. But why did they fail? They failed because those people can't be bought. And what saved Joe Rogan and Elon Musk and Alex Jones to the extent is the fact that the bond they had with their audience. The bond they had with their audience. That is unshakable. That's what these elite, powerful, whatever you want to call them, that is the one thing they can never take away. They can never take that away. Is the bond that Elon has with his customers or his supporters or just his fans. They can't interrupt that. And they might be able to shake a couple people loose with some lies here and there, but as it was said so brilliantly in the series Chernobyl, the greatest miniseries of all time, the truth will lie in wait for all time. So what I'm saying is, being a liar and a grifter actually has its advantages in the short term. But in the long run, the truth will always win. And you might call that an article of faith on my part, because, obviously, a more cynical person would think I'm being rather silly to think that way. I don't care. That is my belief. Call it an article of faith, and perhaps you would be right. But I believe that in the long run, truth is the tortoise, grifting is the hare. So we know. So what I'm saying is, if Grace had genuine principles and authenticity, there is nothing they could do to truly sever the bond she has with her audience. And the only person who can destroy that is her. And the way she can destroy that is by being a sellout and or a liar. And that's what will destroy her. And so if she has decided, if she is a liar and a sellout, then yes, she has thrown her lot in with those powerful people. And yes, she is at their mercy. But if she were true to herself and her audience, she might lose in the short term, but she'd win in the long run. That's my belief. Wrangler says, you really do sound like Rush. Well, thank you, Wrangler. A higher compliment I couldn't envision. But I will say this, I've gotten a free education, not only from Rush, who was the greatest podcaster and broadcaster of all time. No one's even close. Joe Rogan, not even close. And by the way, a lot of the things that Joe Rogan stumbles upon in his conversations about, oh, wow, I never thought about how they're lying to us about this. Rush said it 15 years ago. So he's way behind the times from my perspective. But that's fine. No disrespect. I respect Joe Rogan. Has about a sixth of the audience that Rush had in his before he died. But what I would say is I learned a lot from him, and I learned a lot from everyone else I listened to. I learned a lot listening to Chris Gore on Film Threat. I love the way Chris Gore runs his live streams, so I try to emulate a lot of his strategies of how he does things, reading the chat and so forth. I just pick up things from people I like. So imitation is the highest form of flattery, as they say. So I can't take credit. I have stood on the shoulders of giants, Wrangler. Joseph says, just the truth, unfortunately. Wrangler says, referring to when you said I'm rarely wrong. Oh, wait. Oh, is that what you mean? That's why I sound like... Yeah, that's true. It's a shtick. It's a shtick, you know. But don't tell anyone that, which is also something I got from Rush. Don't tell anyone. Rush used to say that all the time. It's like, don't tell anyone. He's speaking to 60 million listeners. He's like, don't tell anyone I said this. It's so funny. I think that's funny. Anthony says, no Grizzy. Anthony. I do go to that well fairly often, and will continue to do. Skunk says, the captain versus a shill, I'd pay for that, really. Well, thank you, Skunks. That is a fine compliment. Says, oh, sorry, permission to come aboard, Captain? I've been lurking the entire show. Skunks, permission, first of all, permission granted. But second of all, permission never required. Never. Certainly not for you, my dear friend. Joseph says, amen. All right, let me find this, Joseph. Let me find this, because I owe you this much. You've been great in the chat, and you're here. so if you're here, I owe you a debt of gratitude. That goes for all of you, my fine sailors and starnauts, lurking or no. Now, we're looking for Grace Randolph. We're going to get the full context. This isn't for her, by the way. This is for you, Joseph. I don't mind telling you. That's literally the first sound I heard when I loaded up her channel. Okay, we've got... I'll just go ahead and share the tab so you can just follow along. We got Alien Romulus. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Live reaction. Okay, here we go.
The D23 Entertainment presentation is running like an hour.
The D23! I'm not going to go... You'll forgive me if I skip ahead here. All right, I'll give her the last minute. The last minute should be good.
All right. I'll go. I'll be excited about it, and I'll just block the dwarf sequences from my mind. All right, so
she does kind of sound like she took a cocktail of uppers and downers, you know, like she balanced out the Coke with some Xanax, you know.
I can't believe they delayed it a year, and that's still how the dwarves look. My God.
Grace, you are dead on accurate. You are deadly accurate in that observation. I mean, for God's sakes, they delayed this a year. Nightmare fuel.
They pull a Sonic, and they're like, I think we should redo this at the last minute. Oh, that looks so awful. But everything else looks so good. Okay, so what did you think? Thank you for watching this with me. We finally saw it. Share your thoughts.
She says everything else looks so awful. Or no, she said everything else looks so good, but this part is awful. 7 of the characters are nightmare fuel. You're talking about most of the movie. Like, what's the matter with you? Jeez.
That's down below.
Joseph, I'm sorry, man. I can't even with this babe. All right, maybe I missed the part. I'll scrub it for some more.
Today, and of course, as always, you can check out some more videos right now.
All right, so okay, I'll go back even a little further. I am giving her as fair a hearing as I can give her, Joseph.
Okay, here we go.
No, I'm not doing all that. Come on.
Good. Oh, no.
That's all she said. She didn't say anything
I mean,
else.
I don't even know what to say. Because I would say that 90% of that trailer looks glorious and amazing. And then like 10% of it looks like kill it with fire.
I mean, I would about flip that. I mean, I'd flip that ratio a little bit, but you know.
All right. I'll be excited about it, and I'll just block the dwarf secret.
Dude, that's it, Joseph. That's the whole context. What do you want from me? I don't know what you want. I mean, come on. She's saying I'll just go and like it anyway, which is the most, that's wackadoodle, man. You can't have some self-respect. I'm not saying she has to hate it. But I'm just saying that's not a self-respecting. I mean, if she said I'm going to go see it and give it a fair hearing, fine. But she's saying I'm going to go see it and actively block out the part I don't like. Said no film critic ever who is serious about their craft. It just isn't. The whole point of being a film critic is being a snooty, opinionated, stuffy, you know, something. Like me, you know what I mean? Like I said, dude, what self-respecting film critic is gonna miss an opportunity to just be snooty and disapproving? You know what I mean? But here's why though, because she is all in on Disney, man. She'll never go. She backs the blow. She backs the blow. I've been going too long now. I'm starting to go a little wackadoodle myself. Well, yeah, I know I showed. Well, what other video is it? You said I showed that part already. What other video am I missing? No, stop, please. Well, you asked for this, Joseph. What do you want? Anthony says tapping out. See you guys later. Have a good one. Have a good one, Anthony. Captain salute. And Captain salute to all of you, my dear chat. Yeah, you got. I'm just having fun with you, Joseph. No, I appreciate it, man. If there's something I'm missing, join the Discord. The link is in the description. And as all good sailors and Starnuts should do, join the Swords and Starships Discord. If there's something I need to see, you can post a link. We'll take a look at it. I am open to being wrong, Joseph. If I am proven wrong, well, I mean, you are correct that she admitted it's crap. So I don't know that we're disagreeing, because she admitted it's crap, right? But then, which I was defending her a little bit. I was like, okay, well, that's fair. She's admitting this is nightmare fuel. Reasonable. That's not shill behavior. And then she engaged in shill behavior not 1 second later, which is like, what can I do, you know? I don't hate Grace. I don't hate the Shills. I don't hate them. They're fellow humans. They're part of the tribe of man. And I am a man. I love humanity. I just don't like shill behavior. And look, listen, just because I don't respect someone doesn't mean I lack compassion for them. You know? Or, you know, that I did. Look, the other thing, too, about on the topic of Grace, like, being afraid of, like, being destroyed if she goes against them or whatever, you know, I would never wish, like, for her channel not to be successful. I would wish that her channel, if she's got people that love her channel, God love them. You know, I wish them the best. Enjoy. Just because it's not my thing, you know, it's fine. The Shills have a following, and good. They should have a following if they have a following. I would never wish them otherwise. But I'm not going to sit here and act like they're not being a little silly, okay? They're being a little silly. And they make me sick. No. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. They make me sick! Not really. They're actually they're delightful. What would life be without the Shills to laugh at? Where would it be? Actually, I'll tell you something else, though. One of the reasons I do love watching those Shill videos is I am curious. I'm a curious man. When I hear an opinion I disagree with, and I swear to hand to God, as Walter White would say, hand to God, I'm curious why they think that way. I've got to know it. It's in my nature. I'm a writer. I study personalities, psychology. I study people. As a matter of fact, I have a new job, and my new coworkers, I'm getting to know them a little. And there's one coworker I'm working with who's, cool guy, super fun, very different than my personality. And it's funny because I think a lot of people, their inclination is like, this person's a lot different than me. How can I put this in a way that makes sense? It's like some people are like, I should hang out with someone more like me or whatever. And my attitude is like, I love hanging out with people that are a lot different than me because variety is the spice of life, but also I'm learning things, I'm learning things about how other people think differently than me about things, which is, I know I'm being vague, but that's because, it's IRL stuff. I don't want to get into it, but I'm just saying that I enjoy learning. And then because I've gotten a new perspective, it gives me more of a perspective when I'm writing my characters, because now I have more points of view to incorporate to create a lifelike and authentic character. So if you think I'm saying that I base my characters on my voyeuristic observations of real people, you're correct, as does every self-respecting author. So I love that people are out there who think differently that love Section 31. I mean, God. Yes, them too. Them too, I guess. I don't understand it. I don't that you would like that Kurtzman Drek. But to each their own. I mean, what would life be without the spice of life? Without the variety? Joseph, LOL. You're a good sport, Joseph. You're a good sport. I don't know. I don't think we're disagreeing about anything, are we? She did admit it's crap. I'm just saying to say it. I mean, what would be a better... I can't think of a good example because I just wouldn't behave this way, but all right, well, this is as close as I could get. Alien Romulus. Last week, I read the early reactions. I got all excited because those reactions sounded like this is a banger. And I was racing to the theater. Now imagine if I had seen something in a trailer after that convinced me, this looks bad. And then I said, well, I'll just block that out and love the movie anyway. What would you think of me, Joseph? Would you still watch the stream? If so, thank you. But I just couldn't be that way, man. I wanted to love Alien Romulus, and I mostly liked it, but you've heard my thoughts. It fell short. It's not my pleasure to report that, but I must. So thank you for hanging out on the Swords and Starships channel. I am Captain Garrett, live on YouTube, Rumble, and X. Join the Discord. Links in the description. Check out my book, Blood and Oak, on Amazon. Judge me as I have judged. Read my book and see if you think I'm worth my salt. I accept your decision either way. You're going to love it, though. You're going to love it. That's our show, folks. We're here every Sunday. And we have good times. And we love the Shills. We love the shows. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying I will see you among the stars out there.